Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Would we learn from now on not to take from the system, but only give to the system? Because we know we take what we need. I tried to teach a lot of you who were in with Jackie's that the first time, the first week, they were busy taking, oh, it tastes good, we are so good. One got drunk, one got God knows high, one got emotional. In the process of the teaching, I taught you, you have to give to receive. A lot of you start doing that because you think, oh, I have to be right, I'm not taking without. But now go to the next step of maturity of the man. What about, I only give, I want nothing from the system. Then, would I become to the status of the prophet of the past that they gave their lives to serve humanity? Or do I become the sunlight of the Creator that it only gives because he knows he will receive what is there to be received, for him to recycle, that he can give more, that the others can be created? Because in the physicality we have a limitation, and that limitation leads to our tangibility, where the love of the Creator is unlimited. So even our own physical existence is the limitation of our own acceptance of the creation's love. It's us who has limited us with our physical condition, where now if you learn the process of the creation, you can elevate yourself to the soul of the love of the creation, unconditional, untangible, and equal to the rest. A lot of people ask me, what you claim to be the Messiah? I don't claim to be the Messiah. I claim to understand the working of the universe, which gives me what it needs to be a Messiah. I am the Mahdi. I am the return of Christ. I am the return of Buddha, or any name you want to call it, because I understand the work of the soul of the servants of the God. Which means you've got to be part of to be able to understand it. So next time when you stand in front of your system, Just give. Without the worry what I might take. Then, and if you can keep to that path, you will understand the totality. You understand that how come I don't get fat? Now I've learned I can tap into universal energy, whatever I want. Why don't you have a feast of every food you could ever imagine and not get fat? Because if you haven't seen, the key is that in this position with this new structure, your body only takes what it can bring balance between its physicality and its emotion that become at peace. And this sees the change of physicality and in coming near to each other, balanced with the peace inside man. So in so many ways, is it our expectation that has brought to us the limitation? And in that limitation, we manifest ourselves because that's as much as we can carry from the love of the Creator. And the answer is yes. Now that you've learned a new way to give, and you can follow it and do it, you will find out, is there a need for the physicality of the man to confirm his existence, where he knows he exists in all dimensions of the creation. I am the Creator. It needs a lot of maturity, because if you come to the point that you decide to become physical again, so that becomes your new limit of understanding.
Welcome, everyone. I just realized I had the wrong intro there. It was for the Keshe Plasma Reactor group instead of the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Sorry about that. Welcome, everyone, to the 552nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, August 22nd, 2024. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute, Education Department, and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond, and I will be host once again in this weekly series of Knowledge Seekers workshops. And once again, we have the honor of the presence of Mr. Mehran Keshe to guide us through today's workshop and present the teachings and information from the Keshe Foundation. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge, this program from Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We are back here again in the neutral box of planet Earth. We are all in the one roof. And this roof is for us as long as we are, or we live, or we are attached, or we walk the surface of this planet. Once we finish attachment to this embodiment of what we call a bunch of magnetic fields we call Earth, then we have a new dimension. We know our soul is free from our physicality. And then we manifest ourselves in one point or another as a pack of energy. Maybe our soul interacts with a field which carries some physical dimension, inertia of the mixture of the field of the soul of the man, and we manifest ourselves. We are unwantedly manifest ourselves because that's what happened. On the way going through, we hit a cloud, we had to stop. But something is very interesting and important, and this is a dilemma for the mankind only. The best way I can describe it is you enter in an environment, you enter a room, happen to be in a certain position in the universe. And what's then? What about if somebody comes in, another energy pack, which has got the gravitational field of the environment as citizens of the planet? What will be the reaction of the man? You have transmuted, and by pure luck, due to inertia of field strength of your soul, this is not where you want to be, but your energy is transferred. You're a being in that position. Now, let's say 4 or 5 of you happen to be together and you land in this space, in this room. In the world of the man, we have created the word God, the creator, whatever. But what belief would these people have? What do they believe in? The interesting part is not them. The interesting part is for man to understand the unity of the creation, created, and not the division of the man which he has made for himself. Race, religion, or whatever. And it's amazing how on this planet we have changed and we change. And we change other lives to feed what we have come to believe, irrespective of what they believed in. Because belief creates emotion. Emotion of the belief is very strong because it's connected to physicality and prejudices. And if we understand this in the dimension of physicality of man, and when we transmute, knowing the condition of the weakness, this is one of the biggest weaknesses in man, then we are aware of what it is, what we are doing, and what is about to happen to us. The emotion of belief has been used to create religions, has been used to create nationalism, has been produced to create all sorts of anything which separate us to be, we are Russian, we are from Moscow, we are living in this area, we are such a surname, we are doctors, we work in the hospital, we go from the bigger and bigger and bigger. We forget about the rest, because if you're in Russia, you don't need to say you're in Russia and the rest of it, to be identified. Human race has not learned to be totality. We are human race. We belong to the totality of this planet. We all breathe the same air at the same time, and every time 1,600 kilometers, I come back to the same point. You American guy, you just breathe the air. Now it's my turn. I'm taking something, you take something, you breathe, and the rest of it. But the most important thing, which has been the cause of man's problem, especially in past 10,000 years, is the process of his belief. And this is what has kicked a lot of problem in a different dimension. What does this mean? I'll give you an example. We bring a Jew, a Christian, a Muslim, Sunni, a Shia Muslim, we bring a Catholic, we bring different sects of Judaism, somebody from Tibet, something from South America, their own gods, they all have their own prophets, and somebody from Africa with their own prophets. We bring, let's say, 6, 7 of you in one room. You do not know about each other's religion. You do not know about the path of belief. You're all hungry. We bring you into this room a chicken. Each one of you gets one chicken. Live, breathing, and the only resources for you in the physical body of the man at a point of hunger is to eat that chicken. There are 2 questions to ask. If you understand what is about to come, then you understand your dilemma when you appear in the space in dimension of physicality. Does this chicken have a religion? Do these 6, 7 chickens we brought in believe in Creator? They have a soul. They have a connection. Soul is not exclusivity of man. It is gift for totality of the created across the universe. Now, we gave these chickens to these people who just walked in, and chickens walked in. That's the only food. Which chicken is Christian? Which chicken is Muslim? Is it a Sunni or a Shia? Is it Catholic or Protestant? Is it Ashkenazi or another sect of Judaism? Is it something else and something else? The chicken has no religion, but the chicken has a soul, so it has a belief. It's our lack of understanding that is only us. Chicken feels the pain. Chicken has the fear the same as we do. Walks the same we walk. So he has an emotion, he has an understanding of the Creator. He understands this. It's not exclusive in man. It's the same as those guys who appeared when you by accident landed in a room or in a space, and they're there. They walk in and you walk in. Do they have a religion? Or do you see them as a food? But the next step in emotion of the belief is you're all hungry. Let's say the Shia guy gets hungry first. He decides to slaughter the chicken to eat. is a Muslim. He says the Islamic prayer and makes the chicken a Muslim. That's the only way you can eat it, by the rules of it. That's why you pray. That's why you become a Muslim. That's why you're a Shia. In a way, you take the soul, so that soul has to become part of you because you didn't respect his soul to understand, I have a God like you, I believe in the Creator who's created me, but you're stronger, so you convert him. Isn't this exactly what the Muslims did when they went across Iran, across the Middle East? You say a word, you say, Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, or we cut your head. There was no difference between an Iranian man and a chicken. But chicken cannot say, so beheaded that he becomes a Muslim in another world. Now we have a Muslim chicken. We can eat it. So you have converted it in force. The Jewish guy was hungry. He does the same with the chicken. But this time he says a prayer in Judaism. Now we have chicken who have no religion now become a Jewish chicken. The Christian guy eats, doesn't matter what, because it is there. I don't think about it. It's all mine. I don't need to thank the soul, whatever. So we have made religious animals in the dimension of our strength, of our emotion, of the belief, to be able to accept, to consume another energy. Would you do the same when one of you is Christian, one Muslim, one Jew, one Catholic, one Sunni, whatever? You're all friends. Now you go and you land in this space, and these creatures of the planet come in. Which faith of God you're going to preach them? Is there any sanity in believing that we are the only one that believes in who created us? Maybe some of those in the room with you have already reached the knowledge of the Creator, that they know what you dream to know. Would you, Lord, try to convert so-called citizens of another planet to the path of your belief? To make a Jew out of them, Christian out of them, a Muslim out of them, and the rest of it? Or has your soul, in reaching the dimension of purity of the transmutation, as you understand the totality of it, has washed with this dogma of religion, emotional belief, to the same thing as we all created things in the universe, believe in, because otherwise you won't exist because of it. Then it comes one big point. Would man lose his inhibition in whatever belief he has, as when you transmute, you only believe in the Creator and no religion, because these religions are the path to supposed to get to know him. When you get to that point, when you reach that point, do you need all these caboodles, which is the cause of wars, division, killing on this planet? Then, when you mature to that point, when you understand this, when you meet with these creatures of Creator, loads of chickens, but chickens from planet Zeus, are you trying, or would you try to convert them into the Jewish, to the Muslim, to Christianity? And if they tell you in your face, I take you, I elevate your soul to see the Creator, would you still believe in all these, what I call fairy tales. Did the chickens go to a mosque or synagogue or a, what do you call it, church? Do other animals go to a place? Do they have a prophet? Or due to their solitude, staying in a cage for all the time, staying in the woods and whatever, or underground or in ocean, that solitude has matured man the way our people in solitude have matured, understood the process of creation and everything else. Then the question comes, do the animals have a prophet? Or to the process of life, they already understand that process. It's us who's behind them, not us ahead of them. And this is the dilemma which you have to solve before take the banner of transmutation. Clarity in what we call the dimension of the emotion. Emotion of belief. Not, I go from one thing, and today Christian, I convert to Muslim tomorrow, like Muhammad Ali and the others, and then go and today, tomorrow I become a Jew and everything else. We need to understand these individually by ourselves. We need to comprehend the prejudices we have created due to the emotion of, because of lack of understanding the process of creation. One of the biggest thing for the man is the things which is being fed under the banner of the religion emphasize more belief that I'm the only one who's right. I'm the only one. My religion is the only one. My country is the only one. Blah, blah. When you go to space, my planet is the only one, and the rest of it. And this is the downfall of humanity in the space, in transmutational physical dimension. Nuclear warheads are missiles compared to the knowledge of those who travel the span of the universe is like a match thrown at someone with a submachine gun. A matchstick. And we still think we are the most powerful nation. We are the most powerful whatever. And this emotion has to be washed away from the essence of the thinking, living of the man before he departs. Because remember, emotion of the soul and emotion of the physicality are connected and within. I made man in the image of myself. So it's me, soul, who created you. I carry the emotion you carry. Then if you understand this, this is part of the work of the transmutation. You have to understand it in the dimension of the soul of physicality, that when you transmute it, when you convert it, that converted physical does not carry the emotion of understanding of I'm the best, I'm unique, and I can eat what I like. I can destroy what I like. This is part of the work of the emotion. And in the world of the man, this emotion has different dimension, different strength, and all these have to be sorted, has to be understood by the man before he takes that step to transmute. Independent investigation of the truth about yourself, about what I believe, what I understand, and not to be prejudiced in accepting the totality that I am part of. I manifest myself in the soul of physicality in another dimension when I transmute, that I believe in totality, not exclusivity. And how far I can be part of the structure which accommodates a bigger structure, and not for me to be the center of the structure. Then when you manifest on the other side, and the 6 of you and 6 of them, none of you tries to beat them, become a Christian, become a Muslim. Judaism is good, and if you think you can dominate it, they're my food, but I convert them to Islam before I eat them. This dilemma is yours, and to you might be irrelevant today, but you will not be able to transmute until you handle your own prejudices of yours about yourself, about your partner, about the citizens of the place you live, about the animals, about the nations, and about the planet. The flight system which you see, as I said, no president, no world leader who has caused the death of the others will enter into these systems. You have created the separation by your conduct. You have not been excluded by the structure. The structure has a soul, the structure has an emotion, and that emotion is not the emotion of I am system belonging, made by man, and I go to space, I'm a man machine. As I wrote to one of our knowledge seekers, we're creating this universal system because we use the universal laws that every citizen of universe can live within it, find sanctuary in it, has no religion, has no churches, has no mosques, because when you enter with the purity of the understanding of the soul of the Creator, there is no religion in the space. Our religion is belief in the Creator. Our religion is based on oneness of the Creator. Then, as I said before, as there are no banks in the space, there are no churches in the space, and nor there are religions in the space. As one matures to understand and becomes part of the work of the universe, and not the citizens of this land of earth, you see globally, you see the whole of the universe. The vastness of it, the beauty of it will bring you to be humble. It brings you to accept the dimension of the beauty of the Creator. So if we don't have banks, if we don't have religions in this space, if we don't have mosques and churches and synagogues, why are we fighting on this planet for money and religions and killing each other as the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, and the rest? And nowadays, we have found a new structure, superpower, the only power. I have more guns, I have more aircraft carriers, I have more nuclear, and I support who I like to get what I like, and I'm the superpower. Superiority and stupidity and ignorance is a gift of man. And no race in the universe carries this. Now you understand. Those of you who come and try to transmute and you cannot transmute, you find yourself entangled, sit back and take another brick off the wall of prejudices, of the wall which you built not to be able to see the other side. And emotion which you create of nationalism, religionism, and everything else is the cause that you cannot transmute, because you cannot do. In essence, your soul is aware of your weakness, that this weakness outside can end to your demise. Thou shalt not commit suicide. Your soul cannot take you to the dimension of the universe when it's aware that in the structure of the soul of physicality, you're racist, you're religious racist, you're a skin racist, you are national racist, whatever you have. The reason this has to be sorted is very simple. When we build a craft, that craft has a soul, is created through the same process as you. There is no aluminum panels, there is no control panels. There is no structure that you control or you build. It has created itself out of the work of its own soul structure, out of the field of the universe, what we made available for it to manifest itself. And that soul is pure, is not tainted with the desire and emotion of the physicality of the man. Cannot accept you, cannot harm you, cannot harm those who are in it and is protecting. If you knowledge seekers understand, many of you have been going on in these trips of the what we call Friday sessions and can't get anywhere. Sit back. Where what I have not solved for myself? What baggage do I carry which is holding me back? The more emotional prejudices you carry, the heavier your bag is to get on the board. You go to the airport, they say you're allowed 20 kilos or you have 40. You can't go. You have excess baggage, excess emotion. The emotion and the fields of it is what is holding you back. In the physical dimension is the weight. In the world of the transmutation is the emotion. You have to understand this. Otherwise, you blame everybody that I cannot go, is something wrong with them, the system doesn't work, because it's you who has shackled yourself to the emotion of your belief. This is the writing of Baha'u'llah. He says, Earth is one planet, and mankind is citizens. When you become the citizens of this planet, not being American, Jew, and the rest, then is the time when you can open the doors of the universe to mankind, to yourself. The earth is but one country, and mankind is citizens. And if you understand the process of the creation, if you understand it's you who is holding you back, then you understand the next step. Then you understand where you went wrong. When you're a human, you're a Christian, you're a Jew, you're a Muslim, you're a father, you are American, you're British, and you're still sole member of this planet. And in that dimension means you provide, you give, there's no matter who takes, as you have provided it, then you're mature enough to leave the shackles of this planet. Then you understand why many of you cannot fly. Many of you cannot transmute. You go through the process, it's so many step by step, you've been all the way. But the emotion which holds you back is your emotion of your prejudices. And the emotion of you being the center. You are the most important thing. Where if you learn that you're part of the structure and the importance of you is only to you, then you start transmuting. In a way, as I said once, you've been vaccinated. You cannot give the disease to anyone else. You cannot go to another position and make the aliens Jewish, Muslim, or you cannot behead them to become. And then you understand, as I said before, if few kilometers away from this blue house, there's no banks and no churches and no religion for the rest of the citizens who will live outside it, why man has created this to create so much mayhem to keep himself shackled to this? This is where our transmutation system cannot take you. You're limited to emotion of seeing physicalities where you do not feel the existence of the creator. It's you who's put the barrier up, and it's you who has to understand it to allow its physical life and the soul to live one coexistence, that they truly can live in both dimensions of the universal energies, universal depth of the troubles, and as mankind on this planet. This is what you will understand. When you see the flight system that we will show in Iran, you will be shocked. We let you all go in. It can accommodate the whole of Iranian nation in one system. But I wonder how many will be able to get it. Because they have not understood the prejudice still stays. When you don't solve that problem, you cannot go, you're punished. It's like it's in the classroom, you do something wrong, the teacher sends you to the corner, stay there till you understand your mistake. And at this moment, mankind has cornered themselves in the school of education of the universe. And this is your punishment. You're punishing yourself by not being able to go outside and play. and everybody else is playing. And because you have not understood, you turn your back, there is nothing there. We are alone. We are the only citizens of the universe. We are looking for life. We build the most horrendous machinery to look down and find some composition to confirm life, because you are the only one. My dearest human being, close your eyes, look through your soul. The whole of universe is next to you. It's your own ignorance of this behavior, understanding the purity of the emotion of the belonging that has brought you to this point. You have decided through your prejudices, through lack of understanding the process of creation, to isolate yourself, and you're still looking for. As I said many times, I have given you the most beautiful vehicle. The only thing you don't have to drive it is the key. And the key is clearing up your emotion from everything which creates that dimension of emotion. Then you find out the car will drive on its own. They take you anywhere you like. When you leave this planet in the dimension of the soul of the man, you're left to fall in love with the Creator and His creation, not to become another one with the emotion of the prejudices, to be separated. I'm a man, I know everything, I come from planet Blue, where I'm a man, and I'm glad to be part of the structure of the creation. Where is my place? Now you understand why I cannot transmute many of you. Because you have to go into that shower and wash the prejudice of the religion to start with, which is the cause of most of your problem. The color, the race, and anything else. Husband, the child, and one child to another child, and the rest of it. I hope you understand. And I hope you take steps to be ready for that time when it comes, you're ready to go, that you don't fall down flat because you have not understood your problem. Understand this. Just understand what is spoken about. Try to remedy the condition and situation, because the only one who knows it is you. You are the prophet of yourself. You are the day of judgment, and that day of judgment is every day, is not the heaven or hell. Your hell is being kept away from the children to play, to be part of, to be locked up on this planet where the citizens of the universe are playing. And because you are not as strength, because you done wrong to yourself, you don't see. This is a position. And I saw this in the flight system of last week. I looked in and I could see the dimension of the prejudices. Prejudice to be on the earth, to be physical, to having the fear of not letting the physicality go. And with that comes prejudices, where you can see clearly on the structure of the graphs we get. You remember I told you when I sat the knowledge seeker in front of the system, I knew he's there to kill me in this insano, and it proved to be correct. Because I saw the field emotion on the oscilloscope, on the system. Emotion is a frequency, it has a strength in the dimension of physicality, and you can see it. And it's so strong. In one of the groups, it was so strong, this emotion of being, that it is frightening. And this will be what will be the cause of problem in the future. We don't want this to go into space. You're cornered in the corner, stand till you understand, be the 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 20 generations. You don't understand. If your children understand, or children of children understand, then the space is open. The space, the universe is part of what you are. You are in a part of universe. It's you who cannot open the door and go outside to play. The biggest punishment for man has been, and will be, the emotion of religion. The emotion of racism. If you have that on another planet, is doomsday for you. And I cannot send you outside when you're going to kill yourself. We even do it in the same nation. We do it within the same religion. We do it with the same psychology and physiology of the same strength, the same understanding. This is what you have to understand. And this, what we see on the dimension of the graphs in front of us, in the processes that you go to. The emotion of what I call belonging, the emotion of prejudices, is so powerful that overrides every other emotion. You can lie to yourself, I'm not, but we see you have bruises from beaten up because you played with the wrong religion, with the wrong race. I know that feeling. I've been there. It's you who has to understand it. Then, when we put on another transmutation next month, if you have managed to handle this, you will see your first departure. Last week, trial brought a lot of knowledge on the behavior of the soul of the man. Now we have broken you down to small groups. We can monitor. Only one group nearly got to transmutation, full transmutation. One group out of all the groups of last week. And only 2 people just about achieved a transmutation. Now you understand. I have brought you everything. It's you who have to understand how to use it, that it brings you pleasure to be part of. And not blame others because you haven't understood what you have. Emotion of hate, emotion of me, emotion of racism, emotion of nationalism, emotion of religion, all has to be understood handled and not denied because you won't be able to get in the crack. There is one problem. There is no refund. You only have the fun if you manage to clear out what you have created for yourself. Now you understand where we are and how little you need to do. How much little you need to do. We go for a break, and we come back, and we try to answer any questions. Rick, if you can take us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Keshe. We'll take a short break with these messages and be back with the second half. I'll remind people that normally we have questions in the second half, or people can raise their hands. And they're virtual hands, that is, in our Zoom meeting. And we can then open your microphone so you can speak, and others can put their questions in the various chats and Q&A. Okay, let me get our video up, and we'll see you shortly.
Water is the foundation of our life. It is part of every living creature. Pure water gives you the energy of nature. Now you can have this energy in your home. The Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer is designed for your daily well-being. It increases the pH of the water so your body can absorb more oxygen and stay in its natural condition during the day. Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer. Be pure like the water.
Okay, welcome to our second half of the 552nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, August 22nd, 2024. You see, how would you like to progress here, Mr. Keshe? You have some announcements, I believe.
Yes. There are a couple of things which has come up. We would like to bring a couple of points forward. Last Friday session, one or two people missed the session for whatever reason. They thought it's this week or last week, and for this reason, we have to go through the process. So we are setting up a session for maybe tomorrow, not tomorrow, Saturday or Sunday. If any of you would like to, because we like about 6-7 people in each group, because it gives us a more structured way to work. 6 to 8 people is the best way for us to. If you want to join it, just go in the website and complete the process today. This session could be 2 or 3 hours, and because it's one-off and you've partially been there, this could be slightly different than last week. But there's going to be an additional session because of this, what do you call it? The people who could not make it or was a mistake in understanding the time. So there's an extra session, maybe Saturday, maybe Sunday, that we inform. If you want to be part of, you can register straight away. The other point is that the Keshe Foundation has launched 2 new products. We call it a flagpole and poles. This is a trial for us, and we have had success with this process. It's part of the water, what do you call it, dilution system, and what you use with the systems which you have. And this is primarily released for 2 or 3 reasons, and partially is for what we call development, the future development, and partially to sort out a very big problem in the cycle of the life of the man. I touched on this last week a little bit. We will provide a limited number of this material, and then it'll be stopped. We already had good response from the knowledge seekers, but you have to understand the science of which brings man to this position, that processes needed to be brought in to change the condition. The science of today has misunderstood this. The scientists of today only look at what medicine, what we can do, what operation we can bring in to, in a way, repair the damage after the accident. These accidents are prostate cancers. These accidents is enlargement of the prostate. These accidents are Parkinson. These accidents are Alzheimer's. These accidents are the cancer of womb. These accidents are cancer of ovaries. These accidents are breast cancers. These accidents goes on and on. These are the physical accidents. What are the psychological and social accidents of these changes which brings us to this point? Adultery. In any shape or form. Mistresses, prostitution. Other social problem with this, rejection, depression. But mankind, our physicians, our scientists, our psychologists have never understood the process. They just try to find a solution for bits of the same thing which is crushed, and then it might help. We introduced this process to stop that process, to at least to put it in your hand and change the condition for yourself and nobody else. These are not medicine. These are environmental creation of the condition that you, every single human being, man or a woman, due to the past history of our existence, has accepted, and in accepting has become what we call part of the genes, part of our RNA and DNA, but in fact is not, is what we have not accepted as part of the change. And now with the development and expansion of the knowledge, we can move it. It's already shifting itself. So if it's shifting itself because of the change of the psychosocial structure, why can't we bring it to be there all the time? And these are the very first time we are introducing psychosocial semantic structures like this to understand, to start, to stop, or be part that I have a say in it. It's got nothing to do with my ancestors 10,000 years ago, which has become my RNA. You, by decision, get the ILS because you made a decision. By decision, you get MS subconsciously, psychosomatic. By decision, you become Alzheimer's. Now, with the knowledge of what we understand and what man becomes part of the universal community and the structure of the new science and technology, I want to change the 10,000 or 20,000 trends, which has become part of me. For me, the way they change it for me, I want to change it back to in a position for my children. We can decide to commit suicide. We decide to get ILS. We can decide to change the structure of DNA, RNA of us for our future generation and ourselves. And this new product, these two new products, we have never put such a detailed explanation into a product. Because you have to understand, we are not changing the RNA, we are not changing the DNA, we are not changing anything in evolution, but we start a revolution in the structure of physicality of ourselves. That by the knowledge, we change the dimension of the energy fields, that it changes for next generation. These, what I call social psychosomatic technology, we will introduce more and more of. You are responsible for yourself. You're responsible for what to do. Because if I can get this sorted, for me to make you a citizen of the universe becomes very easy. I can explain to you the details of it. If you transmute in the body of the man, if you transmute in the or transfer in the shape of the man, you still die in deeper space because of prostate cancer, because of breast cancer. I want to sort it out before you die in space because of the same thing. And you have to do it, not me. We just show you and gradually bring these things in. The next 2 or 3 weeks, we will introduce more of this structure that you understand. We touch the structure on a dimension of physicality or soul or God knows whatever. It's not our job. It's you who does it. We provide you the structure to understand. Let me explain to you what these two items are, what it does. and how you got trapped into it, and how you are the cause of most of the problems of you because your ancestors changed your gene. And what we say is genetic. How come genetically you cannot change it for the future? We've done it with the rice, we've done it with the wheat, we've done it with other things. Why can't we do it in man? And this is the whole structure of the new line of products which come out. When we do it in limited numbers, you have to write back to us what you see, what you feel, and you will be living with this for most probably the rest of your life because you change it for yourself. In a way, for the first time in the science of man, we allow your body to create, by your decision, the hormones which you will decide into what to be. You have to understand, emotion and the hormones are part of the inertial structure, the physicality of the man. On earth, inertia gives the structure to a stone, to iron. Body of the man has its own inertial field, which comes from his emotion. And it comes from understanding of what is needed in conjunction with salinity. Now you have that choice to change. And you feel the change, you understand the change, and you change yourself because of it. These are not medicine. We are not in the medicine game. These are social structure of you for yourself. Let me explain to you what this means. You ladies have accepted, and doctors tells us, and the scientists tells us, scientific papers tells us, women go into menopause around anytime 30, 35, 40. And now we have a new terminology in the past few decades, premenopause, which means body's getting ready to switch off. And then that switch off brings out a commotion to the body that a lot of things you were used to from age of 12, 13, 14, 15 till 30, 35 cannot be. Because of what psychologically we have accepted that after age of so and so we can't have children. You women trigger this. And then you blame men for it. You do it subconsciously. 99% of the men's Parkinson in a certain category, men prostate problems in certain category, men behavior of adultery in categories is not blamed on the women, but the ancestral DNA changes brings a condition that men take that path. And we have found all excuses for it. Oh, when the man became 40, they start playing, blah, blah. When the man gets to 50, 55, they start getting Parkinson. The man at the age of 50, 60 doesn't have the libido for it. The man can have a libido on the same strength of the sexual behavior at 80 as it was 18. The same with the women. But we have changed it. And we need to adjust this, that when you go into space as a passengers of the universe, because you're not going for 7 days trip, you're going for thousands of years, you handle it that it's not there. It's no use sending a bunch of cripples into space. Let's understand what this is. You ladies, naturally, in the past, as I explained, because you were the hunters and gatherers, men brought, provided, and the woman looked after the home. Man dies outside, there is nobody to look after the child at home. And when you get older, it's harder to find men who look after old women. You naturally, the same as the way guy created himself his ILS to end his life, you decided to close down your reproduction part, which was correct, which was there was nothing to support. Women in maybe 500 or 600,000 years ago, some women went into menopause in 1920 because when they got married or when they had the first child at the age of 8, 9, a child was already 10. The man would not make it with diseases, with wars or whatever to be there. So it was no use to produce anymore. With a more comfortable time in past 2,000 years or whatever, women are pushing this line. Now, as I said last week, we have a social parenthood, social security. We pay for the child, we educate the child, we provide the clothing for the child. If the father is not there, if the father is there, it'll be a better life. If he's not there, collectively, man and a woman of a country look after the child. We call it social security. We call it child benefit. So your women feel a little bit better if he's not there. I still get the support. The child can grow. You're pushing it further and further down the line. But at this moment of time, when you decide, your ancestors decided 30 must be the maximum because then I'm too old to go to work. If something happens to the man to look after, you brought switch exactly the same as ILS, but this time is localized, is targeted. You don't commit suicide, you don't get on the wheelchair, but you bring the wheelchair off the, what they say, no sex, we are British. Harmonically, the body gets to start getting the information to bring the body into what we call dry land, into a position that there cannot be pains of growing up a child, feeding it, looking after it. You had that from the age of 20, 19 till 35, 40. Now, you go, your hormones or your body instruction of emotion, of survival creates energies, now doctors call it a hormone, to change the physicality. In the ILS, you paralyze yourself. In the hormone, in menopause, you paralyze your reproduction line that is not there. The question is very simple. Why shouldn't it be there? If now you learn to live in the dimension of the soul and repair and come back and live a life of thousands of years, what happened after 500 years you fall in love with somebody that you want to produce? Sorry, 470 years ago, I went through menopause. Cannot be done. So let's create the children of the soul. The woman should have a pleasure of life from beginning to the end. The same for the man. Then what happened to you? You put the switch on. Sorry, madam, sorry, I do apologize. But the husband who you had, the man you married, the man you had a relationship from age of 18, 20, now you're 35, 40, is still with you. You put a break on, not him. He's still sexually active. He still enjoys the presence of you. But I have a headache tonight. My hormones are up and down. What does a man do? How much rejection will take? Looks outside to satisfy what he was created for, to reproduce, because now he's lost a partner. We are not like certain birds that when the partner dies, the man stays alone. And when you get to this age of menopause, you already have children. He has a commitment. But you cannot clap with one hand. The other hand has decided not to be there because of the hormone change or whatever. What does he do? He finds a mistress to satisfy that part. With it comes new emotions. What does he do? He still loves you. He still wants to be part of you. But I'm not going out. Maybe I go out. He masturbates. he creates the emotion of the love he had with you, he triggers Parkinson. Look why most of the men have a right-hand Parkinson. 99% of it goes back to menopause of the wife. Putting a stress creates problems with the prostate, which the essence of the creation of life comes from for the man. Deeper inside, with the pressures, creates a prostate cancer. Emotion dictates the salinity of the body of the man in where the problem is. Why do you get cancer of breast when you have a problem with your man on the right side and with your daughter or mother on the left side? Different emotions has different characteristics of salinity, different production of material in different parts due to the field strength. Your menopause, your creation of new hormones, now changing, you are trapped in it. What does it do? You change the emotion that I cannot reproduce. My man is playing outside the house, or he wants and I'm not there, bringing creation of problems. You get the ovary and the womb cancer and the rest of it. So you see, reproduction, the essence of our creation, becomes the demise of our lives and our partner. But no doctor, no scientific structure has ever explained this for us to understand. We are the creator of our own problem without knowing, and because in the past nobody was no social security structure, we brought our own security in. We put lock and key on it. And the lock and key of the body is to change the structure. With this technology, with what we are introducing, is to bring this into balance. And it's you who have to tell us how much you're balanced. Why should man at the age of 60 or whatever cannot get any more erection because he knows there's no partner, so what's the use of wasting energy? Why can't he still not using a Viagra, not using prostitution, be inactive till he's 80, 90, the same as the other partner? Why can't we bring a condition that it pushes the boundary beyond 70, 80, and we don't wait for our great grandchildren to see the benefit of the evolution, where now the knowledge is there, we could be part of it. And we set the scene that they never see this. When we tested these 20 years ago nearly, for the first time, when people used to come to the clinic in the, in Belgium, that was the first time we saw women in their 70s and 80s coming back after 2 months, 3 months of using the waters, telling me that, Mr. Keshe, there's a problem. I'm getting my cycle back, and this is problem. I said, no, you're now back 18, because that essence of psychosomatic social structure which you have resolved. Then we had to look into how these systems we provide in Belgium leads to this creation of social structure change of what we call emotion. And then when it became 3, when it became 10, when it became more or less a lot of women who drank the water got to this point, we had to look in which part of the system brings this situation. Why do we hit this matter? Why we are more successful in the women in 70 and 80 and 60 than women which are 25 and 30 when we tried. And then we saw the pattern. We understood the knowledge of the creation, how man has created this structure for himself. When you see yourself not full, when you see I have a problem, I have a headache, I don't feel like interacting with my partner, the partner comes out with thousands of solutions, reasons. You stop the car, not him. Till a year ago, 2 years ago, it was a pleasure 3-4 times a week that we enjoy each other. Now, once a month, just for him to be off my back. This is where the change we want to see. How social structure in the family, how the social structure in the house, inside the man, inside the relationship changes. This new introduction of materials is a change of life. And very soon, you will see these things on the everyday part of what we call social structure. We are here to prepare a man that we don't have the problems of in the space. You go husband and wife, you go to menopause, the poor chap has to look for aliens women, and they don't have the systems we have to pleasure being with each other. Then you cause us problem there. So we're trying to bring a process as part of the technology as a whole to overhaul the system. In man's understanding, he can live thousands of years, he can manifest himself in physicality everywhere, doesn't have to be worried about everything else. But this problem has to be sorted here, because you put with a cancer of the womb, with a cancer of prostate, with a cancer of testicles, with a cancer of breast, limitation on your life. In a way, your ancestors have given you a life sentence. They didn't have the pleasure of the supermarket. They didn't have the pleasure of no need hunting and gathering. The hunting comes with the planes, the best bananas from Africa into Europe, the best, God knows, pineapples from other side of the world. The whole human race is providing for the child you create, because if he says, I want banana, supermarket gets it from Africa or from Caribbeans. So in a way, we have become social parenthood in a larger scale. But we have to sort out the little ones, which are the breaking lines. We introduce these structures as part of changing, preparing man for a space, in a deeper space, for long trips. We can't take you to the moon and you have going through the cycle of the menopause and then die at the age of 40 because of the ovary cancer or womb cancer. You should be able to live a perfect life, even in a physical condition, 200, 300 years. These are step-by-step introducing to bring that change. You suffer from perimenopause, you suffer from menopause, you suffer from everything else. You have a problem as a partner, you run into problem. These are not Viagras, these are not sex machines or material. These are social structure, psychosomatic systems which you are introducing. You see the change. There should be no love life. There should be no changes in the hormone that it brings these changes. And part of the materials has been introduced since last 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago. And these new ones are the social structure changing structure, what we call materials. You suffered from all the depression, all the anxieties, all the problems with your premenopause, you're in menopause, you're 80 years old. You can change it. And this is the time and the position to do. And then we want to know what it brought. Change the depression, change the anxiety, change the cycle. You don't have the problems which so-called menopause, premenopause. I'm already 20 years gone down the line. I'm 80, but I'm as happy, socially acceptable as I am 18. I'm 20, I'm 30. The same for the man and a woman. When you read the text of this material, you understand. Somebody wrote to us, the text of both of them are the same. You made a mistake. I said, God is love of God. It's the same for everyone, man or a woman. And we have to understand it's the first time is to handle both. There are two different materials, but to handle the both in affecting the love, the care you give your children. Why should a child become from a divorced family because of the home and because the guy does not have the place of pleasure at home, he plays outside? Or why should you have a father who gets a Parkinson? You stand in front of a man with a Parkinson and look at what shakes and go through the mind when a man plays home without a wife. He has to imagine the pleasure the wife used to give. He has to replicate the taste, the texture. He wants to be faithful. He gives himself a Parkinson because his repetition lock. And then once gets locked, part of the brain gets stuck to it, changes the characteristics of the brain. We do an MRI, it shows Parkinson's, some things have changed. Did you ask when you started? How many of you been with us? The first thing I ask when you say Parkinson, I have Alzheimer's, I ask one question. Is your wife alive? How old is she? Do you know when she went through menopause? Mark it, 7 years, 7 years, 7 years, 7 years. It cannot be coincidental that all this category of men who get Parkinson all fit within 7-10 years bracket. From the day the menopause, pre-menopause of the wife hits him, unless we have a clock. Social structure has never looked at this as the structure we're taking man to the space of the universe. We have to fix some of the physicality problems which has started through social structure of life. And man controls this. Every human has a control over this. And we introduce in the next couple of weeks another set of materials. Addiction. Why we get addicted to even the emotional interaction, we call it sex. Why do we get the rewards? We are literally like that horse in a circus where it does something, it comes back, it gets a block of sugar. The creation of system in us is that few seconds of pleasure. That adrenaline is a drug. It's an addiction. We are addicted to it. And the more we do it, the more we get addicted to it. Or it depends on the strength of it. Now you understand. As a space organization, as a structure, as some kind of understanding, we have to understand everything. We have to be able to take the soul of the man in perfection as we take physicality of the man in perfection. Earth cannot become the very ground of physicality of the man. You die on the moon, we send you back home. Sorry, this is not Jerusalem. This is not Mecca. This is not your country that when you die, you'll be sent back. You're millions of kilometers, thousands of years away from Earth. Earth cannot become the very ground of short-term death. We are not soldiers dying in the battlefield that they repatriate the body back to the country. We are human beings. We have the right to enjoy the pleasure of the creation. You ladies, through your past, your thousands of years of ancestry, have brought this psychosomatic that you all get what I call ILS at the ages of so and so, you call it menopause. There's no difference between the two conditions. And there is a way to sort too. First of all, you're pushing it back. If we came from 20 menopause now to 35, 40, and 50, we see menopause now in 55, 60. So you control it, you're pushing it. So why can't we push it out altogether? And this is what we have introduced these in, because there is a structural that will come into massive, large, what we call trials, that then it becomes as a standard product, as a standard thing that every woman, man in the world can rely on. This is not to just change, is to bring the change. And these materials, you will see more and more, always psychosomatic. We told you, now we bring social psychosomatic, which means when you use it, your partner feels the same. You're connected through the same structure. This is why we put a man and a woman. And then you report back to us. We've seen the results. We know exactly what should come in. But now it's at a larger scale. You supported us with other trials. But this time you see the benefit of it. You see the pleasures of it. You see the changes of it. And we want to bring these kind of technologies directly in the hand of people. Why should I go through pains of menopause where I can still play the game and be part of it and see the body accepts the change of social structure? You sit, you watch all the men who start playing at the age of 40, they call it, say, men at 40 start playing. You never look. Sorry, madam, the wife has gone into premenopause or menopause, active life, now zero life. Sorry, you are two cars running next to each other, busy motorway. You decide to brake, the guy is still going. You crash. He has no reason to crash. Unless he brakes to see what happened to him, he crashes himself with a Parkinson and a cancer and a prostate problem and the rest. We understand this structure. And it's time, science, to bring this in line. You don't need to suffer from womb cancer. You don't need to suffer from other cases. There are so many diseases in man is connected to the evolution of what our ancestors decided to happen to our women because somebody didn't feel good at the age of 30. I don't want to carry a child. I have a child. I wish I never had a child. Goes into it, becomes your menopause. Because the great-grandmother at the age of 35 got pregnant and doesn't want it to happen. At the age of 18, an actress doesn't get what he wants, she wishes, she gets ILS and dies because of it. The choice has to be a woman's choice and not on our ancestors. And this new technology evolution gives us that chance. We need to try it. We need to bring it in to perfect it for our next generation, that our daughter, our granddaughters, our grandsons do not get cancers, depressions, and Parkinson's. We are responsible for it. The knowledge is here. We have to try. And this is the reason we introduced. Now you understand the cycle of diseases, which comes out of the disease of our ancestors. We call it menopause, premenopause. Emotion brings change of physicality. Change of physicality brings to an end a high, fast running car into a stop. and the partner is still on the race car. When you bicycle with your partner together down the hill and you're both going fast, you both enjoy it together. If you decide to stop, it's you which crashes, but the guy's still going until he finds out, oh, he's not there. By the time he finds out, he ends up with different cancers and problems. He crashes his car. This is one of the biggest problems, and you look how we got used to it. Parkinson. He's got Parkinson with Alzheimer's. Why do we get Alzheimer's? Because we don't want to remember. We cut off the memory spoken outside, but inside we burn with it. That's all it is. It's another psychosomatic, it's another ILS. ILS, physically we go paralyzed. With Alzheimer's, we close the brain side of the what we call interaction. Our doctors have not even understood the reason for this. In the next few months, we introduce materials specifically for change in psychosomatic of what you call finding the right word for it will announce it, you will understand why you get epileptic attacks. 99% of epilepsy comes from the person inside. Unless it's created by misalignment of the electric currents in the brain. We have all these experiences. We have tested so much. When I got the permission from Naturopathica in Belgium, was because I was opening this store heavily, and they didn't want to. Belgian government didn't want for people to be found cured for. They tagged me as a criminal, but I found the answer to many, many diseases, to psychosomatic, and they were answering me. When I was given the Naturopathica certificate to be able to produce the machines and give it to the people and doctors, never came out in the court. This guy has a license by Naturopathica Alternative Medicine Authorities in Belgium. Because I found this process of creation. What creates what? How important the emotions are. When I was invited to a seminar of 40, 50 people in a park, in a remote part of Belgium, on a Saturday. I went there was a piano on a stand, and they told me, can you explain your technology? I thought this was another conference, they sold the ticket. When I finished explaining to 50, 60 doctors in the room, I didn't know they are doctors. They introduced themselves to me, who they are. One of the knowledge seekers who arranged this, became knowledge seekers, is one of your listeners. He knows what I'm talking about. He organized it. He did a lot of work for this. And then I was told in that meeting that we are doctors. We heard you're doing this. We wanted to hear ourselves. You have discovered a new way, and we want to give you protection. They went and they paid $250,000 extra to insurance companies to cover my technology as a part of Naturopathica insurance. So I didn't need to do anything criminal. I was covered. Did the Belgium ever brought into court? My lawyer, they said, if you show this paper, he loses his license as a lawyer. That's how they got a false conviction. And now you know why. All our diseases, most of our diseases, are caused by our emotion and psychology. What we see as afterwards is the accident after. Is the car which you don't repair the brakes. You see the crash every day. You end up in the garage, the back, the front, the light hits the wall, you hit somebody. Change the brake, you have no accident. Understand why your brake keep on breaking down, and change the line of the brake that you transmit the information. You don't get accident, you don't need to repair. And this is the reason we launched these new lines, to change the course of humanity by men who understand, men as a human, man or a woman. Then you understand. Then you see you love your partner, but he's suffering next to you. He ends up with a Parkinson. Go back. See, when did the Parkinson start? Look when your menopause started, your premenopause started. You changed because you can't satisfy the other. You came out with everything they said, mood swing and the rest of it. It's you not psychologically not being able to satisfy the pleasure we had. Now it ends up with this. Do you like to give cancer your daughter? Why don't you look that this is what I decided to delay, to bring an end to my sexual life now has come part of my daughter, and my daughter, because of it, gets cancer. Because it changes the structure of the emotion and the salt in the body. Because she has a slightly different, what you call, structure of the fields than me. So we have to understand the process. Our knowledge is not targeted. Our knowledge is holistic. Totality. What do we need to do before menopause? When you're 18, when you're 9, when you get your first menstruation, how to build it up to the point that it's a confidence not only in physical, but in social structure and what we call psychology. That you push this, not when you see the first sign of menopause, you push it to the point that the menopause never comes till you decide. Menopause is a natural contraceptive, which your grandsisters have put in your pocket. Because they couldn't have a man who could feed them. The hunter was gone. Now, the hunter is the whole of humanity. You walk into the supermarket, you see a steak from Australia. You see banana from Africa. You want such a thing from South America. You go in the shop, the child wants a banana. The father died 10 weeks ago or 2 years ago. You don't say, no, I don't have money. With such a social security, the guy in Africa got paid for it, is to satisfy, to guarantee the survival of your child, to be a perfect child without needs. We have to go through this physical structure till we get humanity not to kill. We are in a transition time. And when we come to the point that we can transfer all these energies, needs of the man on the, what I call app life, that you can app it, you get a banana, and it's free because nobody manufactured the banana, nobody grow the banana, there's no what you call plantation anywhere, because we understood the emotional essence of the banana and we made it in a system, and you have it. Now you understand how the structure of the life changes. And how Keshe Foundation is structuring the totality in the social structure of the humanity. Not only to take it to a space. As I said, when we took the first flight, okay, you moved. What next? The food and the rest. Now we take you to transmutation. Now we have the capability to take you beyond. I don't want much of sick people traveling. I wrote to the head of NASA last week, the week before, that Keshe Foundation has a technology. If your astronauts, 2 of them are stranded there, now they say they're going to be there up to 8 months because we can't bring them down. They're going to run out of food. If one of them has strike, they can't get anything to them. I offered the Keshe Foundation technology directly to the heads of NASA. They read it because I see them, because the flash comes on, they read. Keshe technology for a space through cosmic rays, through the mobile phones which you join, is available to your astronauts. Our technology is in the hand of the Americans if you need to save 2 lives, the way we did in Italy at the earthquake. We gave the factory open to the nation. If you don't understand to use it, it's there. NASA needs it, is there. You run any of these to the couple have a stroke or whatever, they can't get to them. They come to us. Can you see what you can do? We work both sides with you as a people, and behind with the governments, with other structures, and now we are becoming very good at it. We are suffering very much because we're spreading too much. But always been there. When the need was there, you knowledge seekers supported us. You have to understand, these are new cycle of the materials, which there is no regulation, and nobody has ever brought social material. This is a social psychosomatic structure. What I use changes my husband. What my husband uses changes me. With us, we bring the love and care to the family and the children. Children don't have to worry mother is going to die of the womb cancer. Children don't have to sit and watch father having a Parkinson. These are social structures we bring in, and this is part of it. Bringing peace, bringing social awareness of each other's existence. This is confined to a family. This is more or less a family structure process. And the pleasure of life becomes in the family. It's not for your next door neighbor unless you're playing with the next door neighbor. It's a pleasure to be able to release this new structure. And I hope we bring that change in which we are hoping for. And then we'll see it in a larger scale through collaboration with the people who we are collaborating on this side of the technology. I hope you understood, and I hope you understand what this means. If you are going, if you are in, or you passed it, or your partner is suffering with, because of now you understand, could be, don't blame him, don't blame yourself, blame your ancestors for this. It's not my fault, but I can do something about it. And that's why we put this out. And we put in the very limited because it's got another stage to it, which is coming up very short. And send it back to us, your emotion change, your respect for your partner, the closeness of the family, the changes in a lot of other behaviors, even yourself, walking away from depression, walking from anxiety. There is no reason, as we say in English, sorry, I have a headache tonight. Is I have a headache to bring us together to be about family. This is a change. Headache of enjoying, then headache of separating. And those of you who go with this, please write to us. Those of you who see a part of the structure, you're responsible for next generation and generation after. Bring those who can, and they tell us, and the same with the other system we put out. These are social structure which brings physicality of peace. And that's what we are here for, to do. Prepare man for a space in every dimension. In the first session, I spoke about the emotion of whatever. Here, the division comes ocean within the family, within the house, within oneself from its own physicality. All has to be perfected on both sides. You have the first part for the soul. You have the second part for your physicality. And you see how technology and the knowledge of teaching gradually is coming together, preparing man for that eventual transmutation. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. We have a hand up with Dimitri, but before we get to that, I'd like to ask a couple of the practical questions in the YouTube here from Mikyal, who says, is this new production able to cancel an action on a part of the body, such as prostate, committed by a person other than yourself?
Prostate and these things has to be understood the reason of. And in a way, these are not medicines. These are not there to cure. This technology is to change the psychology of the creation of the problem, which is the foundation of the problem. And we have seen those who've gone through the initial trials reporting to us how they felt, what is changing in life. And in some cases gives us some result. This is why a very limited number of this is put out, and we follow you very closely and follow the instruction as part of the structure, that how to use it, what you need to add to it, and you are in command of the structure. Will it change? How much will change? You let us know. Then we perfect the art. Then we can create conditions for better what we call steps to bring better changes. These are specific. These are not cure. We are not selling medicine. We are not selling what do you call it, Viagra. These are social psychosomatic systems. Once you use it, you understand how closer you feel to your partner. It's a interaction in the dimension of the emotion. And it's a natural process. It's not that you get a shot. The way it's structured is with you 24 hours a day. Day and night, week in, week out. The way your hormone changes is with you 24 hours a day, day and night. You have to work parallel with to be able to change the condition, not add shots here and there. It's a headache, I'll give it a shot, the headache comes back. Any other question?
Okay, let's go to our hand up with Dimitri. Could you go ahead, please?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Rick. Mr. Keshe, I have two questions. You've actually answered a couple of my questions, so I'm only left with two of them. My first question, the soul of entity is inclusive of both the totality of souls existing within the magnetosphere of the unicos, but also includes the totality of souls external to the magnetosphere of the unicos. Is that correct?
We are within a structure, so it's a reaction. That's exactly, as I always said, you cannot blow a balloon up if there is no room for it to grow. So there must be a room for it. And what is, you understand? So
yeah.
where, and then we go back in the dimension of physicality, what beautiful Newton's understanding of the field forces. When you push, if there's a reaction to push you back, that's your limitation. Otherwise, you can grow into till you see the resistance. Opposite and equal force, as we call it, as Newton explained it.
Mm.
So we show this in the universe, but there must be something there that is stronger than us, or in a way is positioned that maybe even in different angle creates us to have a dimension of physicality, a borderline. So yes, must be, otherwise it'll be infinity of nothing.
Mm. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. My second question. Our mischievous universal family that placed the uncalled for cosmic grain of dust in the manifestation of our sun, have they implemented actions like this in previous and or post frames of motion of the manifestation of our sun?
I don't understand.
A mischievous universal family that placed a cosmic grain of dust in the manifestation of our sun, which wasn't called for, and it's the reason why we have so many problems on this planet. Yeah,
You see,
because of the field strength. Have they done this before? That's the question. Have they done this before to other solar systems in the unicos? Placed a cosmic grain of dust in the manifestation of the sun that was not required, that has caused perpetual problems and will continue to cause problems unless it is processed.
You see, there is two things to understand fully. If your son, as a child, not son as a son in the center of the solar system, you bring him up perfect, but in the process of environment he lives in, he becomes mischievous, or he does something wrong, or he does something good. Is that your fault? Or the condition of the environment? And how much of it can you correct? And how much of it can you encourage? The sun is perfect. The earth, through the conditions gone through, has created this condition. The living things on other planets and structures don't kill the way the man does. They absorb energy. We don't see any trees, we don't see any animals on Mars, on Jupiter, and the rest of it. But they all have lives living on it, all within them. We have proof of it. We find life in the deepest ocean, in the darkest places, a full society, community of life, whatever we call them. They have a structure, they follow rules, and they exist. Even in the volcanic eruptions, in the center of the magma, we see life. So life is not physical temperature, what we call pressure dependent, as what we believed till a decade or two ago. Now we have physical evidence. So how come life exists on Mars, on Moon, or whatever else, is not exclusive of this planet? We don't see trees, we don't see cows running, they don't need oxygen. Due to a structure of this planet, we become that mischievous child. And nobody has been there to correct it. Now we are here to correct it. By the child understanding the problem to sort it out, then punishing the child to sort it out. And we have a patience. We can wait till the child understands and changes. But the child
What if this happens again, though?
It has happened before.
All the suffering is a result of that cosmic grain of dust being there that was not called for.
No, it's the structure of the center of this planet which has caused it. But you have to understand very simple principle. You will see it. always said, if you turn an electron here, another electron turns too. Yeah, which is the minutest part we understand in the world of present science. So when we twitch the structure of the humanity correction, if there's anything else in the universe, because they're all connected to a common denominator, they twitch too.
So when we stop killing each other, the mischievous nature of our mischievous universal family is going to twitch and possibly become in line with the rest of the unicos and not pose a problem again.
If there is any, yes.
All right. Thank you very much for answering my question, sir.
If there's, this is why in all the teachings, make you understand now, we don't teach for the man, we teach to the essence of the emotion that the whole universe understands. We are universal teachers. Now you understand.
Yes.
Man listens to the word, the universe listens to the plasma direction and dimension. Very simple. Once you understand it, the more of you transmute, the more you understand. As I said in the first part of the teaching, if you understand this, you don't need the religion to kill in the space for the chicken is innocent, because he already believes in the Creator. You understand?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome.
Mr. Keshe, you talked about the expansion of the universe briefly there. There was a question from Claudia in our plasma reactor group yesterday, and she's asking, is there a need to increase the souls in space?
The souls in the space increase exponentially every second. The space is so vast that souls to be the seed need a very good opportunity to become a star, to start a cycle. You got to understand, very simple. If you have the dimension of understanding, how many men or humans die today? How many cars do we slaughter today? Chickens we do. How many animals die today? How many trees we destroy? How many plants we eat? How many carrots we chop? Where do all these souls go? They don't even become a speck of dust in the total structure of the universe. As I said, Earth is not the only place where there's a life. And where there is a life, there's a progressive development of what we call central structure, what we call the soul. And there is, even in the space of the universe, the limitation of the collection of fields. They always change. They always come to another. The best example of this is, if you want to understand it, put your gas bottles, 2 or 3 of them, take a picture of them next to each other, far away from each other, and every day take a picture. See how the color changes. It's not the same color as yesterday. They give fields, they take fields. You see, you mark some gases if you can and see where they are tomorrow. You haven't touched it. You haven't done anything to it. It does it by itself according to the balance of the magnetic fields. And this is what we need to understand. Any other question?
Claudia had another question. When a certain number of people on planet Earth transmute, will all the beings on planet Earth also transmute to a new dimension?
No, just because you want to go to auntie's house doesn't mean everybody else wants to go in the family.
Maybe it'll start a stampede if they knew there was ice cream or something.
Maybe. As I always said, if you knew how beautiful is the other side, your all human race will commit suicide today. But that comes out of the maturity of understanding, not the greed for the ice cream to run.
Can that maturity of understanding occur virtually overnight?
It can happen any second. Enlightenment has no time and place.
I mean, would that include vast numbers of the population at once, perhaps on Earth?
Yes, we have that habit of doing it. We have a habit. We change. How does the revolutions come in?
I was going to say in Bangladesh, we kind of have an example of a process that happened very rapidly.
It happened in many countries. This is where the revolutions come. People want that change, and sometimes Americans push it with a gun somewhere, but the rest of it, some people do it on their own. According to statistics, 85% of the revolution since 1970s is initiated by CIA, and 90% of the world leaders who died by a revolution, the gun was provided by CIA. This is strange, huh? Statistic. Most of the African presidents who have died by assassination, all was pre-organized by CIA. All of them. They have documents, they have proven it. You have to watch, when you watch politics, who does it for what benefit.
Some of the rebel groups in Africa apparently are sponsored by Ukraine. They've been given weapons by Ukraine.
Yeah, because the more they say they use guns in Ukraine, the more Americans give them, the more money they get by selling it.
Yes.
Because the president of Ukraine has become one of the richest men on this planet. He's joined multi-billionaires by money he gets and the money he's gained through this Ukrainian war. The more he drags it, the more money he'll get. You got to understand, the richest nation on this planet for oil with the most reserve is Venezuela. Venezuela has more oil in it than putting a few countries together. We have a very oil-rich country called Kazakhstan, but it's a landlocked, so it's still under cover of slavery of the other nations who allow them to to sell oil to, very limited. But Venezuela doesn't have that. And this is the same. Why do they keep on changing rules in rulers in Venezuela and all the things we talk about? But Venezuela is one of the most richest oil-rich country in the world. Natural reserve. And what do? Americans keep on producing revolutions because they want to control the oil. As I said before, the assassination of the guy in Iran a few weeks ago, what's the reason for it? The whole of the problem of Gaza is not Hamas. This excuse why it was ready to go. We all know on the coast of Palestine, inside that territorial water, they have found one of the biggest, richest oil fields in the world, in the Middle East, which can supply the Western Europe, they say, for 30 years. Palestinians were just about to start drilling. Palestinians would have become richer than the Swiss and the Austrians, capital per head, just doing nothing, sitting at home, having the oil revenue from it. You'll see they start drilling in the next 12 months. Once they finish, then the Israelis' point is we go 50-50. 50% for the Palestinians, 50% for us, then we give Palestine a state of its own. This reservoir of today is for the oil offshore. We've seen this. Look at Gambia. Gambia was one of the poorest nations in Africa. Off George Island, they have found a lot of oil, mainly sold to the Chinese. And you go and see the country. We were there. I had hotels and all sorts of things in 1990s in Gambia. I traveled frequently. Now you go and see the Gambia today. Oil brings a lot of corruption. Oil brings a lot of conditions. And this Gaza war, what we see in Gaza is literally oil-rich offshore, which they have found, and the Germans are pushing for it. And British want to have a lion's share of it. That's why Britain Foreign Secretary always spends a lot of time in Palestine and in Israel, pushing the war till they get what they want in contract. They're actually talking to give 25% to the Palestinians, 25% to the Israelis, 50% between German and British of the revenue, which has got nothing to do with it. And these Palestinian leaders, they want more. And the part of this war is because of this oil revenue reserve, which they found in Palestine. And the reason they demolish it is because Palestinians, whatever they earn from their share, have to pay to the Israelis to build the whole structure back for them. It's a construction contract between Israel and America. Every few years we destroy the Gaza and the God knows West Bank. The only source of getting material is by the engineers from Israel, so they become the supplier. It's a very good business, the war. I've been there and I know exactly what I think of the situation. Any other question?
Yes, we have a couple of traveling into space questions from one from Claudia and one from Gail. I'll read Claudia's first. She says, when we are traveling into space, well, here on Earth, we have our sensations, but in space, how would our soul feel these different sensations, like different pressures and different temperatures?
In the dimension of the plasma, we don't have this when you travel in the dimension of the soul. One of the things man very soon learns in going to space with the moon or maybe Mars, you'll be lucky. But beyond the solar system, you're very unlucky. You can't land on certain planets because the land looks the same as composition material here, but the field strength is different. So, sorry, you lose half of your liver. Doesn't matter you wear a spacesuit or not, because the strength of the magnetic field of your liver matches the environment is not there. So you're dead. The only way you can go and live is go through transmutation and then convert to what can exist in that condition. Maybe your liver has to be made of gold in a, what do you call it, liquid or flexible dimension. Liver with protein of today, sorry, it just matches the environment, it's not there anymore, sorry, dead. This is why we teach so deeply about transmutation. This is why the teaching is so deep and is going deeper on this. You call it a soul, we call it central energy. This is how you understand. We speak it, but understanding of it is different totally. So you have to understand, you have to understand the new technology, the new science of your own creation. It's been there all the time with you, but you didn't know. Now you know, you gave it every name possible, but you never knew you are in charge of it. You are responsible for it. You're responsible for the survival of your integral and total integrity of the fields of your creation. Nobody else. So you're not aware of it. You cannot go to space. Sorry, you land on the moon of another planet, of another solar system, and in that moon, unfortunately, calcium doesn't exist magnetic field of your mush on the floor. Even in the spacesuit, because the field crosses the spacesuit. So you need to learn transmutation. Means if you don't want to be embarrassed, you better be the same as others. If you want to exist, you have to understand the environment. So you decide. We have shown, and this is one of the biggest problems with the science today with Keshe Foundation, they are used to a plasma because of the false technology in the matter state, high temperature, this, that. So no, it's a room temperature. It cannot be. Plasma needs a high temperature. We call it the cold plasma, we call it room. It cannot be what you do, it needs it. This is what happened to us, as I said before, with the company in Belgium. When they tested the first copper thing, they saw fluorine and what we call the crystal structure. Said because he's a Iranian, he uses nuclear material and he's a terrorist. Because I didn't give the technology to Belgium, I became a terrorist because all of you now produce fluorine in the Coca-Cola bottle. You're all terrorists now. Belgium wants you into prison. I made terrorists all of your knowledge seekers when you made your first cancers. Because you don't understand, get your nano plates to the people who can speak. They tell you how much fluorine and the crystal structures you produce. I paid heavy for the stupidity of the man, but man will pay me heavy for their own guilt. When I asked for the paper from the company in Belgium, they said, no, you can't have it because you are producing, what do you call it, SP3, and only can be done with gamma radiation and nuclear material. Coca-Cola now is a nuclear bomb because it produces fluorine and others. The stupidity of the scientists has brought credibility of the man in attachment to this planet, nothing else. Any other question?
Okay, from Gail, who says, the soul of man has different emotions than that of the soul of physicality on Earth. When in space, how do we learn to use the magnetic fields of the emotions of the soul of man?
It's true, you know immediately. The way when you came out of the womb of the mother, you knew how to breathe. You learn that as part of your breathing. It's part of your life. You don't learn it, you cannot exist. You learn to work with fields. You learn to exist by interaction of the field strength. And the physicality follows because that's the only way it communicates or is interacting with the, what we call the life of the man, the dimension of the soul. Don't worry about it. It's just like a natural process.
Well, can you learn before you get there? I mean, it's like swimming. Can you learn to move your arms before you dive into the pool, sort of thing?
You already know it, but you're not aware of it. When it comes to it, do you jump on the street from the pavement into the asphalt just because you know how you dive in a swimming pool? Everything in its own place. The minute you come to that point, the soul knows, it just flips. You have a fear of unknown, but is known to your internal structure, you have this in you. You know, if you get, let's say, get attacked, you run like a rabbit, and you say, I didn't know I have this in with me. I could run away from the earthquake or the building falling. You don't know till you have it. It's the same as these materials. You do not know till it's touched and you see how much you have changed. And then you say, oh, this was me. But because it came so naturally and you accepted it, it made me of today. Those of you who go through the process with this new social psychosomatic structure, you will enjoy life beyond imagination because you appreciate it, because you know what you lost and what you gained. It does not matter about the age or the place or whatever. Even if you went, you just go back how you used to be when you were 30, 40, before premenopause and menopause, and before you get a Parkinson and the rest of it and whatever. And then you see the emotion now, you're 70, 80 years old, the pleasure of life, and then how that pleasure changes to your partner, to your children, to your environment, and brings peace. And that's the whole concept, understanding of the technology, to bring peace, to the man become man of peace, even in time of adversities. Any other question?
From Gerhard in our Q&A here says, good morning, Mr. Keshe, and to all knowledge seekers. Who is the father of Mithra's child?
Pass. Next question.
Okay. From Elizabeth, thank you for your love that you give us and knowledge. Months ago, you told us that 90% of the souls of the people who die no longer wish to return to Earth. Maybe it has a relationship with the fact that a high number of couples in the world do not want to have children. Some regions and countries have become old with concern about the future of these populations.
No, it's just too much work being back. When you're enjoying yourself on holiday, why do you want to come back and work? Life on this planet is too harsh. It's too much work. Too much work. This is, I said this to once someone, and maybe you understand it. They're so good outside that they don't come and visit you. You dream about them, you go to them. That's how bad it is to come back in a physical dimension. It's too much hard work. It's too much problems.
So is that related to the number of couples in the world who don't want to have children? Is that directly related to that, or is it a separate issue?
Not really. If you look at the statistics, I watch these statistics. I watched a lot of it. I read a lot of research papers in conclusion of the majority of, depends country by country, is not general. A lot of couples in certain countries don't want children for many, many reasons which they made up for themselves to confirm they exist. And they find the same kind of mentality, so they both confirm they exist with each other. We see this in China. In China, more girls want to stay single because there are not competent boys to do, and secondly, now they have a freedom. Then when they get married, most of the Chinese couples or well-educated, next 2 or 3 months wages are already spent because they become spent. They are more important than creating a child to be important to them. And this comes out of one-child family principle. You have to understand, you have mother and father, you have the two grandparents from the father's side, two grandparents from mother's side, and you are the only child. 6 souls, 6 physicalities looked after one little carrot. And anything you want, doesn't matter you're a peasant or a doctor's child, is provided for you. You have 2 servants 24 hours a day at your service. Selfishness. And then they can't get this from another partner, another man or a woman. So they become self-centered, they're more important than them. Then you go to the West. In the West, we have a different reason why people don't want to have children. The cost of living. I have to work on top. There's nobody to look after because there's no mom and dad like in China. Chinese parents are going through the second birth of child. The grandchildren is theirs. The parents give the birth and baba, you grow it up. In the West, the financial position condition has created, I want to have time, enjoy, and pleasure. So why should we bring a child? There's going to be a third world war, and why should we bring somebody to solve? It's excuses we make. I have a very good example of this. In 1980s, there was a lot of, if you were in our time, that there's going to be a World War III and all this hype which was going with the Russia and China and the rest of it. And I have a highly educated sister and my brother-in-law, the professors and the specialist doctors, they're coming out of university, both highly educated, and their motto was, we don't want children because by 1985 it's going to be a war and this, because the hype was created. And my sister had a child, 1985. I said, excuse me, madam, what happened to all the war? She said, I love to have a child, doesn't matter the war or not. It's my responsibility to look after it. The hype is what they bring us. And what we believe in, and then we just build it up. Or nowadays, it's much easier to go to a disco, go to a pub, go to a restaurant, come home late, and spend the money on the clothing and the car and everything else. There's nothing left to bring a child up. And this is the problem of this. Many couples don't want children because of, I am more important, or excuse, I can't secure the future. Any other question?
Question with the new products. If one from Antonio in the Q&A, if one partner uses it and not the other, will there still be positive changes?
Yes, for the person who uses it, because they are set individually, but at the same time they have a connection with each other. These are in a way psychosomatic to a person, but you have to understand something very simple. When you use these kind of interactions, due to the close proximity of relationship, you always give some. You always, we say you put a little one, you plant it, and then the bigger one feeds the smaller one. You always create that connection. It's not a medicine you take to yourself. It's change of the fields in the body, and you're in touch with your partner. It's amazing. Data we have, if we tell you the things we have seen, is incredible what these twin systems in other researchers are showing. Any other question?
We had a question from Malcolm whether all Alzheimer's and dementia is psychosomatic. I think you answered that earlier, that some
Partially.
is partially.
You
Yeah.
see, I give you a very golden key, because we can't reach all of you to assess. If you have somebody with Alzheimer's, this is scientific research data we know. It's not something that comes through Keshe Foundation. I developed it in a much further deeper way, and it's correct. You ask the person who has Alzheimer's one question, and then that question tells you if there is a chance of recovery. Then you have to assess the depth of the Alzheimer's once you get your answer. Ask one question. Can you sing me a song? No, I don't know any songs. I don't know any songs. Can you sing me a song? If you're most probably your father or your mother, and they went through a natural process of marriage in past 40, 50 years, ask them second question if they say they know. Ask them, can you sing me the song or the music which was played on your wedding day? If both parents are sitting next to each other and you ask that question, if he says, I don't remember, the other partner does. Ask them to hum it. If anyone with Alzheimer's can even make the noise of the music, 99% you have a chance of recovery. To what extent is how you use the structure of the materials and the fields to bring it back. And it doesn't go with CO2 and the rest. It's a specific material you have to use for Alzheimer's. The obesity units will be equipped to answer this with Alzheimer's in a much rapid way due to the development of knowledge that we can transfer technology from the old type to the new type. Is new development which needs to be adjusted. But if you have Alzheimer's person, ask one question and always try, if you're still the partner, the wife, or whatever alive, to have present. Or if you know you've been told about it, ask them the question. They try to wiggle around it in a way. I've seen tens of cases like this. You say, oh, do you know Beatles? Yes. Can you sing one of their songs? Oh, I know, but I can't remember. And you start singing Yellow Submarine, and just hum it and see if they go with you. 99%, if they start humming with you, recovery is 100%. It can be, but to what extent you can play with it. But you have another problem with these people with Alzheimer's, is they receive a recovery, you have to catch them. Because when you have Alzheimer's, you're treated two ways. You're ignored and put aside, or all the time they come and pay you attention. Depends on what you call attention to the person. Somebody gets a lot of attention if you say to them hello once a day. Somebody gets attention when you say to them 100 times hello today. To them, it's too much attention. And they sit on the seat of kingship. We had a case, the father of one of the well-known doctors, and the father-in-law of he used to be the accountant of the Keshe Foundation, a very well-known, reputable chartered accountant. I don't know if he's still alive or not. The daughter said she had the placard of the Keshe Foundation in her office saying natural, what do you call it, certified by naturopath, that it was Mehran Keshe and Keshe Foundation can do this. We have this certificate. You most probably find it on the internet. And she said to me, you're helping me with all these cases. Can I ask if you can help my dad? I said, why not? She said, can I bring him, come home we meet at home, because my mom feels better at home, doesn't want to come here. And we met at their home. They live in a beautiful part of Belgium, very nice. And the first time I met the father, he was sitting on the chair, he wouldn't move. And she said to me, what do you think after you've done your thing? I said, he's recoverable. He can recover quite a lot if we use, you're a doctor, you accept the supervision, and then we do it together and see. After a very short while, they brought a bike, riding in this pebblestone road, which it was built, it was in a protective area of the city. And she said we go for a walk with him. I thought that's very strange. It's the first time I saw, after second, third time, after 2-3 months, that we go for a walk. We went for a walk. And as we were walking, she said to me, do you know this is the first time he started walking after 15 years? I said, what? She said, because of the Parkinson and Alzheimer's, he could not walk. That's why every time he came, he was sitting on the chair. And she was so proud. She said, this is the biggest gift you could ever give me. My father and my mother walking with us. It was very slow steps. Then he started cycling. They went to Holland. He started recovering. But before to get to that point, how that position came was the guy was still claiming he cannot walk at home. And he would sit on the chair waiting for everything to be done for him, because for 15 years she did. The mother did. They were all in their 70s. But the mother knew, how come he walks with my daughter in the street, but when he comes home, he doesn't do anything. And he was totally paralyzed. She says, I'm going to set him up. We didn't know this. She told us after she did it. She says to him, I'm going next door neighbors. I'll be an hour or two. She goes around the house, goes in the back garden, looking through the curtain. She sets it up. The guy gets up, makes himself going for a water, goes to the toilet, and she watches it. When he's out of the room. She comes in and says, how come you're playing game with me? What's your problem? Because he pretended, now he recovered, that he could walk, and he pretended he has Alzheimer's, he can't remember. He remembered where the tea was, he remembered how to make a cup of tea for himself, wash the plates and everything, put aside that he doesn't show. And every time she went out, apparently he was doing this, but she never noticed it. She puts the television and watches it and everything else. So he changed because of that. But after about 6 months or so, I was talking to the daughter for other cases, because we used to meet every now and then. She said, can you come to a meeting? My husband, who's a very well-known charter, he's organized a seminar for you to explain this, that we can bring this into the market. The accountants and the financial people want to support. When it was a beautiful office, very prestigious office. And they said, if you wait till the people come and then you come into the room, that'll be better. We're sitting in the kitchen and the guy was sitting there. And the doctor said to me, Mr. Keshe, I'm ashamed to have you here, because whatever you did was temporary and it's disaster. And I don't even know how, especially in past week or two, to bring you here. But because we organized it, just explain to them that what it is. And we bring it to an end, because what we saw with our father was temporary and the rest. I said, what's the problem? He cannot talk anymore. He doesn't walk anymore. And it was very shocking to me to listen to hear to this, because I knew this is an impossibility. Once the repair is done, it stays. When this number of what they call financial people, bankers and institutions in the conference room of the guy we talked to and everything, she said, my father has to leave, this the lady. And so it was like an open hall. And the mother stood up and the father hanging to her, shaking, you know, like nothing works and everything else. I noticed there is something wrong. The guy was so busy pretending to control everything, and he knew today was, if it doesn't work, you know, then he can abuse the whole family. I saw him, how can I say, dragging and hanging on the woman, very bad. I just grabbed the mother and I pulled her back. And we all watched him going. And all the accountants, the bankers, they walked behind us. This guy opened the door, went all the way to the car, all the way from the door of the office to the pavement to the car. And he was standing there. And the mother said, how long do you want to cheat us? I've been in the office and you walked all the way yourself, and at home you say you can't do anything. The doctor had to apologize to the people for the conduct of the father. And I said to her, there is no use for us to collaborate anymore, because when you don't believe in what you have and you get played by your father, there is no use to work. People who get Alzheimer's, 90% who remember music can recover with this technology in the hand of the doctors. We are providers of the technology. They are providers of the service I'm looking at. And I've seen this a few times with the Alzheimer's people. I've seen this with the MS people. They recover from their position, but kinship, ADHD is more important. I'm more important than my illness, because then I don't need to do anything. Ask somebody with Alzheimer's one question, and if they can't remember, give them a hint. The music of that time they enjoyed. Usually all the people know a song from Beatles. All the people know their national anthem. And you start humming, and then they start humming. And if you hear that, the recovery is quite possible, 99% with this technology. There's another kind of Alzheimer's which comes through solidification of the brain cells. That is, with the new development technology, possible to handle. We learned that one through Corona. As I said, clinical trials in one of the leading countries and nations in the world has started. And all this will be handled through one of the most reputable companies in the world. And we are just provider of the knowledge and the technology, and they are paying for all the expenses of and everything else of to get it through the certification and registration and the rest. They have accepted because they're shocked in what this technology has done to preliminary trials they've done. Step by step, we grow it up. And Alzheimer's is one of the couple of cases, conditions which has been accepted. These trials have already started with this organization. They're in the medical field and they know what they're doing. In Alzheimer's, we announce it when it's completed, we announce it, and you can literally walk people with Alzheimer's. You need to train the doctors how to handle it. The aftermath of Alzheimer's, you know, in the present matter state technology, when you take a medicine, they say it has a side effect. The side effect of people with Alzheimer's and that kind of condition is abuse of the trust and ADHD, because they don't want to, what do you call,
Hello, Mr. Keshe. I think he's cut out there briefly. Just
yeah, sorry,
there we are.
the
Hello.
system cut off. The biggest problem, side effect of the new technology is not psychological, is the seat of control. They're so used to everything done for them, now they have to do it themselves, and they don't want to do it, because now I get served. And if you catch them and bring them back slowly, they'll do. We had a case where the lady was Alzheimer's for a long time. She came with her daughter and her husband. She was the patient of the same doctor lady with the father. They came to the surgery of her, and she loved pancake, but she didn't know how to make pancake. Alzheimer's has taken everything away. She didn't even know how to walk, how to put clothes on. We did a test, as I said, with the music with her, and she just could remember a little dingy song. I said, we can work on this. And about a few months later, after we went through the process and everything, the husband, there was an accident or something, had to be taken to hospital for a long term. She was home alone. She could not wait for the daughter or to come to go look after her child and come to the house to look after the mother because of the father. The mother started paying all the electricity bills, everything she knew. The day before accident, I can't remember anything. The husband had to do everything for her. They abuse the process. You have to watch it, you have to mark it. It's the same with epilepsy. People with epilepsy are one of the biggest abusers of control once you get them out of this system. Success rate with epilepsy with this technology is 100%. The process we've been through with the people, but slowly, these will be introduced by this international company and spread across the hospitals and world of medicine, because now we are stepping back from it. We're just the supervisors and providing the facility for the trials. And you see it, I've seen beautiful things with this technology, but unfortunately, the greed of a king and his entourage brought the Keshe Foundation to this position, but they pay for it in time. Alzheimer's, you get them to sing a song, get them to the point to remember. If they go, you sing a song, they try to follow you, 99%, 90% you can, using the technology on the edge, which I know exactly how it works. There's a huge success. You get 80, 90% of everything back. You got to remember, when you look at Naomi, even with the brain, as Giovanni said many times, the doctors told her it's like putting a mixer in the brain for 10 minutes. We brought everything back, including the memory and all the emotions. And if somebody was got a piece of the brain and total damage can get that, if you understand the science of the creation like we do, you can get everything back. But if we don't get it back, it's not that the technology doesn't work. It means we haven't understood the method of getting to it. It's not a medicine that this medicine doesn't work on me, there's something wrong with it. This suit fits everything. It's just you have to find out which button you need to put and how to move it. You'll find a solution for it. Any other question? We need, I think we have room for 4 more people for Saturday or Sunday session for the transmutation. If anybody wants to join us, go on the website and register, please. It's will be very nice because it's very, what do you call, private. Any other question?
Okay, we have a question in the webinar chat from 369, who says, can you explain, and says, for this specific instance, there are many others, but I just want to know about this one. In space, when you go or are brought somewhere by others to interact with others, there is a sort of void or empty space separating other beings from you, while others are in front of you. You can see them, they look different, and some talk to you mind to mind. What is this place? Is it some sort of meeting place or like a space station stopover place, or what?
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, it's a little hard to understand, but basically he's saying in space, when you are brought somewhere by others to interact with others, or when you go to space, there's a sort of void or empty space separating other beings from you, while others are in front of you. You can see them, they look different, and some talk to you mind to mind. What is this place? Is it some sort of meeting place or like a space station stopover place, or what? I think you could probably give your answer that you weren't there at the time, so
You're a very good. You learned. That's good. Okay. Any other questions? Shall we call it a day? We're nearly going in 3 hours.
Yeah, Ivan is coming in at the very end once again here and says he has a question regarding the transmutation. Would you like to take a question from Ivan?
Oh, yes, no problem.
Okay.
I'm waiting for Jalal to pop out somewhere now.
For who? Pardon me?
Jalal usually pops out the last
jump in Jalal, yes.
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay.
Yes,
we hear you. Yes, go ahead, Ivan.
Good morning to everybody. I'm sorry I'm late. Just overslept. Hi, Mr. Keshe. So I was practicing a lot in the transmutation, and I'm able to achieve a condition, but I cannot achieve this transmutation. I feel that I'm very near. I just don't understand the condition that I have to achieve within me in order to go to that place. Basically, what I do is that I'm pulling very softly the fields into my spinal cord and within my brain, like really, really soft. Until I feel that the tube is full. And then I feel that once I pull, the energy is going from the center outside to the body. And I continue to do that for like 5 minutes, and then I take very deep breaths a couple of times, and I try to pull it very strong to the center. And this brings a feeling of coldness, like really, really everything within the body gets very cold. And then I can feel the pulsation within the lungs, the heart, and everything starts to pulse like it's together. And in that condition, I managed to project my mind within the array, within the spinal cord, I think. And if I think to experience an emotion within a magnetic field, I can just think that I want to experience it and I'm there. And that was very weird. Like, example, I was trying to experience what is love, and I feel the field expanding like almost the full room. And then I was like, I want to experience freedom, and the field crashed back to me like really strong to the center, something like that. However, I was speaking with some of the knowledge seekers in the plasma group, and they say that when they transmute, they feel this push from the top of the head, and they can do it. I'm just not able to understand what condition I have to create within me in order to achieve this transmutation.
Something I wanted to ask is any of you join us on the Friday sessions?
Me, no. I join on Wednesday and I ask them how about their experience for the Friday session.
Are there any of knowledge seekers who join us on Friday sessions would like to talk about their experience? If you are there and you want to, can you raise your hand and we give you the microphone? That people understand what transmutation means, because you've been there many times. If any of you wants to speak and explain what you feel and what you go through, please.
Okay, Mehran has a hand, somewhat a veteran, I guess you could say.
Yes, she is still more or less in most of the sessions. There are many people who are present and they've been in most or some of the sessions. How do you feel? Where you go? What do you do in these sessions? Because we don't interfere. We wanted to interfere last week, but what came out in the first few minutes, what we saw on the system, was before or after, not to interfere, and let's see what they do. It's just, you have to learn to fly. It's like a mother brings the chicks up and then it brings them to the edge of the, what do you call it, the nest, and just leave them for them to take off when they're ready. Most of the knowledge seekers are in that stage who join these sessions. It's just that they have to learn, or they explain to us what they feel. Matters, do you want to explain? You have to. You got to understand the difference between this. Manager, can you wait 1 second, please? You have to understand, as long as you control it with the thought in the dimension of physicality, you're still playing within yourself with the matter state of the condition. You have to learn that intention and emotion should bring you to that position, not thinking. It's a very big difference. Would you like to tell us, Manas, because you attend all these sessions?
Yes, thank you very much. I think I don't need to use the body or the brain or the spine or mental. I can use my thoughts to direct it to places I want, and I chose to put it on some parts of my life which I couldn't get in, and amazingly, it gives me like a flashlight and I can easily go to that place and get enlightened about the how and things like that. And that's at the moment. And then when there is a time, then I go around, if you want, universe or whatever, and I try to find a soul available between those I like. When we had much time, I did that, and I could be in front of a saint, Virgin Mary, but not the bodily image, but just the soul image, energy image. But with the lines, I could see the person, and it was tall, and then I talked to her. So that was when I really had time, and I had finished with the personal things I want to enlighten about. And I'm just free, as you said, to go where I want. And I trust, and I think that with you help us to expand our soul and getting more and more strong, like the last time was strong. And it's very easy. It becomes very easy to if you want to, in Gime travel. So it's just the soul who is working for me. It's just the soul who gets free to go. And I feel, as you said, learning more, kind of we learn how to do it, how to kind of trust more and more, and just the pleasure of visiting or deciding, as you said, you are the captain of your soul. So I use it as just expansion of the soul to permit me to get out of normal situation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we speak about different things because when I was speaking with the other guys that achieved this transmutation, it's almost that you are providing the vehicle when they put these headphones on, and you just project some array, and they are just achieving the condition. It's like they are in a car, but you are driving, so they just go in the car. They don't know how to drive it without these headphones. And I'm not able to understand how to get to that condition, so I can actually go in the car and I can drive without these headphones. Like, I was trying to expand the plasma by pulling arrays into my brain, and then in the same time pushing a little bit so I can squeeze it.
You are doing the thing which the guy was doing in Italy, putting a cup and trying to force it by forcing, looking at it and pushing his head. Secret of transmutation is giving, not taking. You cannot catch a fish if you don't throw a bait out. You understand?
You mean that I have to expand the field until it connects to another field?
In a way, yes. Thou shalt not steal. You're dealing with the plasma. You're dealing with the reality of the creation. When you go take everything in, you're taking from somewhere which you're not supposed to, or not a connection at that time. The secret of transmutation is to expand. That's why we put the headphones. We expand your energy field. We don't use the headphones to compress your energy that they explode. It is not a tokamak nuclear plasma reactor. You understand? It's the way you go to sleep. The way you go to sleep. You see, the difference, I explained to you something to understand the structure of these headphones. That's why they're so important. When you go to sleep, your condition is that you usually connect to where there is no calcium. Your ears and your eyes. You have your nostrils. The same kind of fields you connect to, which brings you the senses. You go to grandma in your sleep and you smell the food she used to make 30 years ago, she died. You understand? Senses, specifically, directionally, have to go out to come in. This is why we have introduced the eye, what do you call it, goggles. People who use it, they understand. It allows opening. It allows dimensional field opening, not to the soul. Where you have a skull, it's very hard for the field of the soul to go through it, because the brain is made of structure of calcium and then is thickened by a dam which called the skull. The only passage left is through the eyes and the ear. With a new system, which we brought in, especially last week, we connected to the emotion of the soul of the man and the physicality of the man. And this allows the expansion. In a way, if it was a needle hole, now we make it a huge hole. We take the limitation of. You got to understand a very simple system. If you understand about the physiology of the man, why your soul cannot or doesn't get a chance to go expand during your waking time. When you sleep, when you're alive, when you walk, when you talk, there is a secret in the body of the man that, as I say, if doctors knew what we know, they would, first of all, they have to oppose it because it doesn't go according to what they've been taught. I'm trying to get hold of a whiteboard. Let me just get a whiteboard and tell you what I'm talking about. You have, why have I ended up in this again? I'm back in the old board, Rick. Can you give me a whiteboard, please?
Okay. Just a second here.
I have to be able to annotate.
There's whiteboard. Okay.
Okay, let me go out and come back in again. It's the same thing. I have the same thing here. I have all the participants on the page. I don't know if you see what I see. You see, you have.
I started a new, yeah, there we can see that.
Yeah, okay. You have your skull. You have your point of your jaws, and you have your two eyes, and you have your hole with your nostrils. The problem with a man is this thing. Very thin blood flow, very strong, two strong veins on the side of the arteries which they go to the brain, to the head. This blood flow, which is mesh flowing, is the reason you cannot dream during the daytime. Because this blood in its amino acid has a calcium base. This is a solid calcium, the skull of the man. Your eyes uses huge amount of blood, and your ears continuously does. So all the holes are closed. You're continuously breathing high speed during your awake time. Once you go to sleep, this weekends, this guy does not have the power he used to have to suck everything in here. So you open the channels for the what we call energies which are held here to be able to go out, to interact. So the expansion comes. Sometimes you say I'm daydreaming, sometimes you're walking and or you're sitting down or whatever and you called I was dreaming. It's just because this blood pressure force has changed. So you go into the state that the soul can move out, can expand. Our system is this. Up to now you had the headphones. We opened these for you. We gave the glasses out. The new glasses are totally different design when they come out, when we start putting them out. If you had the old glasses with the new glasses, you will feel the difference. They're totally different composition, but the old glasses still do. So we are in a way changing the blood flow in this area and changing the blood flow in this area. In a way, we create a condition that the chap can go out, can connect. And that's why this system works. Because the blood flow is still there, you're awake, you're still thinking and everything else, the skull is still there. We change the field area of field forces, field strength change, but in a way that allows the soul to change, to interact. And that's why we're promoting these. With the people who use the headphones of Apple or whatever, we do the same, but we send a different message in a different structure to this. The headphones with the unit, hand unit, are already connected to the Keshe Foundation Research Center. We don't even need the earphones. We don't, but we always put it there because it helps to go a step further. We don't position those of you who've been with us, the headphones, the remote headphones anymore on the ear because we touch the emotion of the soul. We create a condition. You are the player. I give you a racing car and a track. It's you how you drive on that track and how you race it. If you know how to control this blood flow, you can open the cage yourself. You don't need it. And doesn't come by pushing it. Pushing it is job of man. Understanding to collaborate with it is the job of the man who understands how to work with the soul. The minute you said, I push it in and then try to expand it, it means you haven't understood the principle of the transmutation. We open these systems to expand. We don't compress it to explode. This is not a fusion, bring it in, crushing it, that they get energy out of it. That's the habit of man. The space is opposite. Traveling the span of the universe, you have to see where you are going. You create a line and the line gives you access to go. This is how you see the light of the stars. I don't know why you knowledge seekers don't understand this. You don't need to push it. You need to understand it. And then understanding it, accepting that I have the capability, I have the understanding to understand the world of creation. Now I can drive, I can go in a further city. Before I had a bike only in the next village possible. I bought a car now, I can go to the next town, I can go to the next country. Now you have a tool, you can go to another planet, you can go to another end of the world, what do you call it? But you have to understand the process and don't get lost on the way. One day, mankind will realize what a gift we have given. Any other question?
Can I say something also, if you permit?
Yeah.
Sometimes we can use these experiences to connect ourselves by ourselves without going through the machine. An example, when we had the program of eating with Creator, we experienced the moments we could eat Chinese food, etc., for example. And that feeling, we get it. And sometimes another time when we are at the table and we don't want to eat of that thing in front of us, just we can, at least at the time, we can connect ourselves without the machine to that feeling of that race or whatever. And then we don't feel like eating. I don't know how long it would last, but it has been, I have done that also, and it worked. I think the exercises of soul connection at 9 p.m. helps us to relax and connect our souls, use our souls to go out, use ourselves or use our emotions. Or even in the Wednesday with the Brazilian group, this emotion of soul connection guides the person to have a touch of what it is, the soul which can go out and get directed to some place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other knowledge seekers who would like to share with us any of their experiences? They're very shy. They always stay behind. That's
I just want to say thank you because this brings a very different perspective to the table. I never looked at it in this way before.
You cannot fish without throwing a catch. What do you call it? The bait. You cannot act till you go out. And it says, thou shalt not steal. So when you go to concentrate to bring it in, you don't know what you're going to get. Depends, somebody from a planet Juice going to be sending you a link which you don't have no connection to. But when you throw a bait because it's your wish to see the mother or go somewhere or grandfather, you already say, I'm here. Would you like, can we talk? Those of you who will use this new twin answers, you'll come to one realization. And that is your intake of food changes. Your limitation of eating changes. Because it's not because it's a diet thing, it's just because you lose a lot of anxiety, a lot of subconscious pains, suffering, emotion goes. And when that goes, you don't need the energy for it. So you will see a change even in your eating habit. We have a good structure of this. We know what it is. And you will see change of behavior because now the soul, the emotion is satisfied. And we would like to know all this when you use it. And as one said, I found myself after 40 years who I used to be and I enjoyed to be. And menopause changed my life. And I'm getting it back. And it's the same with the people with the fibromyalgia. We see the same structure. There's no difference because fibromyalgia is a self-inflicting psychosomatic. the people which go through the process of the, what you call, if I can get it black, I'll explain to you. You see, when you have, I better clean this up, then I can show you something in a different way. When you have a fibromyalgia, this is your body. I'm not very good at it. Accept it the way it is. This is your body, not mine. Mine is much uglier than this. And this is the head. When you have a fibromyalgia, places you were abused, places where you hit the abuse, when you were abused, are scattered around your body. They're in different places. They sit, depends how you have been abused. When I test a person, I can tell you if they've been psychologically, verbally, or physically been abused, because it's the way it works. Body hides in a specific way in certain things. When you are abused and you hide the knife, you know, it's like somebody hits you and you cover yourself. You cover yourself, the pain, for nobody to see, in points in the body. But body doesn't forget. So this point of abuse here is there for years to come. It's been wounded, but it doesn't heal because continuously is in the memory. To keep this pain in this position, you use 2 calories a day. Abuses is continuous. You have 200-300 points in your body, which are all injured. Each one uses 2 calories a day. Just to keep the pain, to remind you, this is it. Don't let it happen. This has happened. This is your fault, the rest of it. So psychological pressure plus the point of the pain uses about 3 calories a day, let's say. Now you have 200 of them. You've been raped by the uncle 200 times. He's touched you the wrong way. The mother shouted at you, abused you psychologically for 10 years. You have 200 of them. So you have 200 by 3 calories, that's 600 calories. Average person, let's say, needs a woman, 1,500 calories a day, let's say. You, first of all, because of the pressures, you might eat a lot or you might let up. You need 2,100 calories because you have to cover these pains. Now, not only you don't have the 600, now you are at 1,500. Plus, as you don't have that 1,500 to start with, you're in a dilemma. And your dilemma is very simple. Your dilemma is, you take 1,500 calories a day, yeah, minus 600, you're left with 900 calories. So you're short. What does this bring you? You don't have the strength to work. You don't have the strength to walk because you're short of the calorie the body is taking. And the more you take, the more points needs to be fed. And all this, can you bring the picture down, please? Then you cannot reach these points. With the new technology, we handle this guy here. So first thing is, you don't have 3 calories short, you're 2 calories short. So in the first weeks, you are 200 less needed. So now you have, sorry, put it down here. Now you're short by 400. So now you have 1,100 calories a day to work with. As we change the process and the body starts repairing itself through the process of the psychosomatic condition, You are literally gaining slowly everything back. So what you eat and what you're left with is 1500. You live a normal life. You're not short of energy. Because psychologically, the repair has been done. And because the psychological is done, it's like a cancer, it's like a ILS, it's like menopause. You sort out the psychology, the physicality has no boss to instruct it because they lost the boss. The line of connection of the depression, control is gone. So in a way, it doesn't exist anymore. And this is how it works. This is why there is no medicine in the today's time. And they say when you take MRI, you see the fibromyalgia cases sometimes, when you see Parkinson. Of course you see, because this change in the brain creates effects and it shows itself. And then you have a body which works. You can repress, what do you call it, fibromyalgia through the transmutation. Because when you expand the soul, it covers the whole physicality. And the energy balance comes in. And because you have expanded it, the soul has a 0-point reference. And what happens? Voila. You come to the point, these lines take out what is the cause of. This is why I say you can feed your soul with transmutation. By expansion of the soul, you can feed yourself food and medicine. You don't need the mouth. And you see it, those of you who use this new social psychosomatic materials, you will see how you change, how your behavior towards your partner changes, how your partners be with you changes. We have cases on the trial that they had so the conditions of the womb, which pregnancy was impossible, and within 3 months, after 10, 15 years of marriage and a lot of trials, the lady is pregnant. We tried it second time, it answers. We tried it the fourth time, he answered. But we had to create a material for it. And we walked into many cases like this. In one of the top managers of one of the institutions which was supposed to certify one of our products to be allowed to be done after testing, he pulled me outside his office. He said, "Mr. Keshe, what you're doing is amazing. I know, I understand it, but I have a problem." I said, "What's your problem?" He said, "I've been married for 10 years. My wife and I, we tried everything. And in my culture, is a stigma if you can't get pregnant. And my wife has these problems. If you can help me, your certificate is ready. I'll sign it for you." I said, "I don't give a bribe. You show my certificate. I help you." He said, "I take your word because I've seen in the test we done what it is." 2 months later, I went to his office to see him for another job of certification. He said, "Mr. Keshe, I'm a father. My wife is pregnant." I said, the problem is not the physicality. Psychologically, you blighten yourself. And till the world of science understands the importance of the emotion and psychology in all diseases of the man, we still will be in the pharmaceutical game. But the thing is, because we use the fields, there is no technology for fields. We don't use material. We create the fields. And that fields brings the condition of the emotion what the body wants. And now, even doctors who work with us gradually start understanding. Is the wish not to have the pain creates a condition to create materials which creates that wish. And this is something you have to understand as knowledge seekers when you go to transmutation. Is the emotion of the wish, emotion of the wanting to give, not to take. As long as you take, you're a thief, nowhere to go. You get heavy. The more you want to take, the more you want to possess, the more you want to have to be able to go out, the heavier you get. You fill your pockets with more sand. How do you want to jump when you're heavy? Any other question? Shall we call it a day?
Well, you were asking for people to respond about their experiences with the transmutation sessions, and Andreas put a hand up. I wonder if we could maybe hear from him.
Let's hear from him. Yeah.
Are you able to speak, Andreas? Oh, there you go, I think. It's probably on the other microphone translating, so maybe you have to, perhaps, seeing if he came in as an attendee. No. Not sure how to get you to allow you to open the microphone. You're still in as interpreter, Andreas, so I think you would have to stop that or have an alternative to come in as an attendee. Or stop translating. So perhaps that won't work out so well. Okay, well, maybe that's a sign that's time to wrap up here. We have Nikolai with a hand up as well, but I think maybe we should wrap things up, Mr. Keshe.
Let's see what Nikolai has to say, and then we close it.
And we also had a question in the Q&A from Mark, but it sounds like that question will need some time and perhaps should be directed to the next Knowledge Seekers workshop. There, Nikolai, you should be able to speak there now.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking the jump in Jalal question. I just wanted to share perhaps a little bit of my experience in the last 2 transmutation sessions.
Yep.
And the first one was very interesting for me. I had a moment where I was basically in a state where I had to know what was happening in a way. I didn't know how to be at the beginning. And I thought, right, in order to receive love, I have to give love. And so I sat in my position and I imagined the love of my mother, of my father, of my friends, of a lady that I was seeing or not seeing, or a friend. And then I had the love of dogs. I love dogs. And so I had a few dogs as a child. And I had this feeling of, wow, dogs are just so wonderful. I love dogs. And I opened my eyes and there was a little dog that had just found its way directly in front of me and sat with its head just in the same direction as mine, but looking away from me. And I opened my eyes and I was surprised to see the dog there. And as I went to pet the dog, my hand brushed its field and it just looked very surprised and ran away, as if it was shocked that it had been drawn to me for no reason. And the friend of mine that I was having a romantic relation, but the beginning of something perhaps, she was drawn, and we were in the same place, and she was drawn to try to find me. And she was asking people where I might be. And someone said, oh, maybe in the kitchen. And as she came into the kitchen, she was relieved to find that I wasn't there. And she sat down on the couch and then looked out the window, and I was sitting cross-legged right outside the window. And this really freaked her out because she didn't enjoy being moved, if that makes sense. And I didn't know that's what was happening. I was just enjoying my love of all of the different parts of creation. And in the last week's session, I had the experience of going back and forth between the physicality, wanting to do something, and then remembering, right, there's nothing to do physically, and then relaxing into that other state. And this repeated again and again and again throughout the session. My physicality wanted to be confirmed by...
Which group were you in?
The group where you came in at the end and told us something. I think group 3.
The group 3. Okay, let me look at the data on group 3. Just carry on talking. Let me see what we see on the, what do you call it, on the system with the group 3.
You showed us a chart at the end.
Yes, but I have to. So we get several charts during
You
this
do that
process.
all the time. Okay, no problem.
From processes, we get a lot of. We continuously monitor. That's how, if you notice, on the microphone, certain microphone goes out, or we close you down and we bring you back up. You see your headphones is not connected. So it's an everlasting, continuous work. This is during the sessions you go through. We are visual, continuously monitoring different things, what we are looking for. Group 3. Group 3. Let me see. I have to find the what relates to group 3.
Okay. In my experience in the session, I had this back and forth between wanting to go and do something with my physicality, heal my intestines, or some pain in my foot, or something in my arm, or whatever. And then I would go, wait a minute, that's not what you're here for. Relax, you don't need to do this. And then it would come this depth for some time. I didn't imagine anything, I didn't see anything visual. And then it would come back, and the mind would come in and say, hey, it would be really great to go and do this thing, or whatever. And again, I would, no, right, okay, that's what this is again. And it cycled through. And right at the end, my physicality decided to do something and look inside and visualize something. And that felt good to the ego. I realized later what was happening. But yeah, that was my experience. It was an ebb, like a back and forth.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ascertain something. I'm looking for one of the graphs of you lot. You lot jumped a lot, and but the beauty of it is your soul, the connection with your inner energies is amazingly centralized. And in that group where you are, we see a lot of cutting off and starting again. You are not the only one, or you triggered that and everybody else has gone with it. This is, I'll show you a graph, you understand what I'm talking about, because we have all your graphs totally monitored.
I took a screenshot of it. If you'd like, I can send it to you.
No, let me show you something else. I have a very, this is for group C, and then I show you for group 4 as well, a picture, you'll see the difference. Now I have to go back in the Zoom. Just 1 second. This, what you tell me going in and out, we could see, and I show you how we see it, and then you understand it. Can I share, please, Rick?
Okay, let me just stop the sharing here.
Okay.
Sharing your screen.
Says, okay. Let me share. I share now. I'm okay. I've got the thing on. No problem.
Okay.
No, let me put you in the sequence I want to put it in. Then you can see it. The graph we showed you is one of the graphs, what we said. But it's interesting for us, this is how you became. If you look at this graph, you see the green is your soul, the strength field of your transmutation. You all sit very close to the central line, means you are in transmutation. It's totally focused to the center. Yeah? And then what you see, what we saw is this. Somebody or a couple of people in your group keeps on jumping out and coming back in. You see the shape, the soul picks up. It's not on a straight line. And then the physicality and solar physicality follows into a bigger peak. You could not bring in your group, in part, the soul to concentrate. And a lot of you went through the system in the number 3. But what is interesting, when you see group 4. Group 4 went through a full transmutation, a large number of them. The groups were small this time, so we could monitor very closely. You see the soul is totally concentrated. And you see the solar physicality is above, which means plus the physicality, all of you, some people jumped out, they come back in, and then they jump, they get a fear. Maximum concentration with all the groups is less than a minute and a half. You lot jump, you get scared like chicken when you go too far. When we bring all 3 lines together, the blue line doesn't count. It's nothing to do with your work. Blue line is our system background that collects information on what we want to know. But you see how concentrated this group is. This is group 4. And they all achieved transmutation. All of you, because it's so concentrated. But as you said, he kept on jumping in and out. This is your graph. I mean, we could see that's why when we see these conditions, we switch off certain system or we block all of you that you cannot communicate to bring you back to order. And it's very, you see it back here. There's uncertainty in this graph. You lot in that position could not, this is your graph again in another time and position. Physicality sits above the balance line. And so it's a continuously, and it's uncertainty jumping in. And it just needs one of you to trigger the rest. The data we're collecting on the small groups is amazing in what gives us and what we can control. This span is about 2 minutes. You knowledge seekers have not managed to expand it to 6 and 10 minutes. Those of you who join us on Saturday, if you want to register today straight away, because we have to organize things in the background, Saturday 2 o'clock, we want just very few people because we know these people will, what we'll do. Your knowledge seekers, you already been with us, we see it in the background. And there's 2 groups. Group number 2, which we always keep the same more or less group people together. Group number 2 are extremely different than the rest of you, and the group 3. And this, I want to just check, tell you something. I have to go out of here. Okay. When you look at the people in group 2, they all are, some of them are extremely on the edge of what you call transmutation. And when you look at the graphs of group 2, you see huge difference with rest of the other groups. And it is amazing how this group has become. First of all, the group has a, what do you call it? They have the eyes, and they have their glasses, and some they have the headsets with the unit, and they create a totally different kind of fields, and they become, we see this group as a group which will extend the, what they call the work. And you see them extremely balanced all the way through. We know, we see who jumps in and who jumps out, because you got your microphones with control on this end. And the minute they get disturbed, immediately they go back to the work. We see the soul disturbances, we see the noise disturbances. That's why we broke it down to small groups. And what you see, it's very interesting that we are shortening the number of people in certain groups, the people we would like to see that are ready for next phase of transmutation. I show you what this means. Somebody disturbs, they go back straight away back in again, and they start where they left it. And they are very good in what you call positioning themselves back from disturbances. They don't let the soul level changes. I'm sharing a picture. Have you frozen a picture?
No.
No. My pad is totally different. Okay, you see this is group 2, and it's very interesting. With your group, you disturb continuously. In this group, they get disturbed, and it's one noise, one person who disturbs. And you see how quickly they go back to transmission position. You see the green line is above. It's a total soul transmutation. Physicality has no control. And they keep on doing it. And you see it on both graphs. So green sits on. This group is so fine. They're all Germans, very, very more German speaking, and they're amazing in their work. But there are systems in this group, both the glasses and the hand units. And you see it. We know the whole team has transmuted. And what we receive from them back, it confirms it. Soul is in position. Soul totally controls everything. The soul of physicality sits outside of the physicality, which means physicality has no existence. If these people can switch 1 second, they can be where they are, because physicality is trapped in a way between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. Green is the soul of the man, purple is the soul of physicality, and yellow sits right in the middle. And sometime in this test, I deliberately change position of the system to see how good are these people, how much can they come back, and they come back again. You see them with rigor. We want to stay, don't move us. Whoever pushes, we don't take, and you see it. And this is the beauty with developing such a sophisticated structure of emotion control or understanding. You have to give your soul open. Then your physicality obeys, and you see it again and again. This group 2 is amazing in how they do it. They are very, very constant. They are very extremely, I call them the German group, because it's very easy to put it. Systematic, everything is followed to the point. It's nice to know anybody in group 2, if they want to explain to us how they felt. It's amazing how what we see in their work. Let me explain to you why you have 2 sections. You have a white line. I think I explained it before. On the left side, we see if you look at your face, between the chin and the forehead, vertically. On the right side, this side, you see from ear to ear. So when we put this together, we get a 3-dimensional condition of the soul. If the soul is expanding through the ear, or is the soul expanding through the eyes? Here you see in this one, it's expansion of the eye. The soul is looking for a vision. Here we see the expansion through the vision and the hearing. So this is how we know somebody coughs or make a noise, disturbs, and they come back in. But you see the expansion of the soul. Very, very strong. So
Hello, Mr. Keshe, are you still there? Yeah, we've lost the audio, Mr. Keshe. Hello, Mr. Keshe, we're not able to hear you. Yes, we're still not able to hear you, Mr. Keshe. I think maybe it's something to do with the way we're sharing. Let's see what happens here. Hello, Mr. Keshe. We're still not able to hear you. Well, I'm not sure what's happening right now. Bear with us here. I think Mr. Keshe will be coming in. Initiating his Zoom here.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Yes, there we go. Hi.
How long have I been in silence to you?
Well, it's been a couple of minutes, I would say.
Okay. Okay, what I brought you back here, you see this is group 2. Group 2 is highly professional. They have become the perfecting the art of transmutation. If you look, you see here, the green is the line of the interaction of the field in the soul of the man. Yellow is the physicality. And when you come to this side, you see the green and the purple are on either side of the physicality, which means in this point, in this 1.5 minutes, all the participants have gone through a transmutation. Because the soul of physicality, the purple line is below, it means the soul is in control. If you look at this graph, you see two sides of the line. The left side to the double line here, and to the right side of the double line. Left of the double line tells us if you're transmuting through your eyes. The one on the right tells us if you're transmuting through your, what you call, ears. And how much of these two are connected? You have, when you see both sides, when I explain to you, you see the right side is on the green, is on the top. And then you come on the left side, you see the green is on the top. Means the sphere has been created. You're out totally in the soul as a sphere. The eyes, as I said, this graph, this side, shows transmutation through the eye, through the vertical side of the body. This side shows the horizontal. When you put it together, it gives you a three-dimensional, what do you call it, picture of what you lot are doing. And this group, group 2, you see them, it's amazing. One of them decides to run with the soul. And you see how the physicality says no, expand itself. Somebody is panicking in this group. And then in doing it, it returns back and you see the green goes down. I don't let you go. I'm not sure if I can come back if I go. And then immediately come back to the balance. Somehow you see the same again. Every time the soul tries to go off, physicality holds on. This shows in this group there is somebody who's afraid. In this group, there are eye and the headphones in this group, which means there's a full control. And you see it here, how simply you see the beautiful structure of it. The blue line is nothing to do with you. Blue line is part of our system. But when they go and they want to go, the physicality panics, takes over, and then you see the soul says, no, I control. And you see, this is about 2 minutes span of the system. We watch you if you're transmuting through your eyes or you're transmuting through your ears. When you have these two, both, if you look at it, both sides the same, it means you are totally have expanded spherically out of physicality. Especially when you see here, this tells us I'm out, I'm in control. Physicality does not count, I cover. Then you can transmute, then you can go anywhere you like, as long as you don't panic. On a Saturday session, we start at 2 o'clock. Any of you join us, plus the people who missed. We're going to try a new dimension in transmutation. It's the same 2 or 3 hours, but pushing the boundaries of the transmutation. You see, in the other picture I showed you, how you keep on jumping in and out. There is no stability. Because somebody in the group 3 goes, panics, whatever, you all come back, and then we have to wait. We see it, sometimes we wait 5 minutes till the balance comes back, till you lot settle down. But this is real, this is what happened, and we can show you continuously how you as a group are. Group 2, totally German, fully in control, most of them Germans, and disciplined. And they do fantastic things. We get their reports. They do amazing things. Some of them are in the elevation of the soul. They don't want to go anywhere. They just enjoy being able to be part of the universe. I don't need to go, but I'm enjoying it. I hope you enjoyed today, and I hope, as I said, as we learn the way we taught you with the Ganses and with the Magravs and the other things, you slowly start learning about yourself. And then in private sessions, you can go into a full expansion. We can tell you, can you come back? Can you sit there? We try to bring that in, but you have to get the trust in yourself that we can take it to the next step. Thank you very much, Rick, for today, and I hope we see you next week. And if any of you wants to join us for Saturday session, please register straight away today, that we organize Saturday at 2 o'clock. This is not advertised anywhere. We will not promote it anywhere. Just go to the session where you do for the weekly session, just charge for that and say for Saturday. We know it's for this Saturday. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for a rather long Knowledge Seekers workshop today. And we covered lots of topics and answered some questions and got into some quite deep and interesting topics there. Thank you, everybody, for attending today's 552nd Knowledge Seekers workshop here on Thursday, August 22nd, 2024. Our next public teaching workshop, let me get my calendar up here. And that looks like it'll be on Tuesday, August 27th. And that will be the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for justice and world peace. And that will be with members of the Universal Council and support members. And we'll start at the 4 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Okay, I think that's it. And again, thank you everybody for attending. And of course, many thanks to Mr. Keshe for providing these teachings for us. Okay, I'm going to go out with one of our videos of the air enhancement unit today. And we'll see you all in the next public teaching workshop. Bye for now. I've got a different, the whole screen's different here for some reason, and I'm not able to share my sound the way that I expect to. But I'll play it anyway and submit it. I'm not sure if the sound's going to work. Okay, bye for now.